CoCoTALK is an unscripted live broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own and not necessarily those of the CoCoTALK show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds encouraged, sense of humor recommended. If any off-color comments were made, we're sorry.
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS-80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. It's time to drop your socks and grab your real-time clocks, and let's rock.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
All right, everybody, we are back. We are live on the air with CoCoTALK, episode 128. The 8th bit is on. We are rocking the 8-bit world. Are you ready to talk CoCoTALKers? I can't hear you.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. We're live. We are on the air. It is episode 128 of CoCoTALK Live. CoCoTALK Live. We'll do it live. Yeah, and in the live chat. We've got
we're just 7 bits
Matchy
today.
That's
right. That's right. We're a 7-bit show.
Yes, we are. Matchy is here. Nick Marotta is out there. Tim Franklin. What did Tim say? Happy day after old fat balding guy day. What was that?
I have no idea.
I don't even know what that is. This show again, sigh from Rob Inman. Curtis Boyle is out there. We are a live program. Tom C. is in the house. Al Hartman's in the house. Rob Inman, Tim Franklin, Nick Baroda, Matchy, Rob Inman, Mark D. Overholzer, Ken Reichard is here. Ken Make It is here. And we've got a panel. A bevel of beauties is with us here today, starting with the most beautiful of all. It's Rendezvous. Hello, Ronnie in sunny Arizona. How are you today, sir?
Pretty darn good.
Excellent, excellent. Our resident Apple guy, Mark D. Overholzer. Good afternoon to you.
Glad to be here. Thank you.
We have a member of the Glenside Color Computer Club, a resident of the Chicago area, and a nominee and running for president of Glenside this year. Mr. Eric Canales is with us. Welcome, Eric. You're muted.
You're muted.
I believe your first order, if you are elected. Yes.
Is unmute my...
That's right. Your first executive order, yes. Hit that unmute button.
Talk softly and carries a big stick.
There you go. I thought I'd have to vote for him because it was a quiet politician.
All right. We are a national show. We are global. Speaking of national and stuff, one of our resident Canadians, the host of the Color Computer Games List website, co-creator of the Nitrous 9 project, our resident news anchor and Canadian. G'day.
Now you're in Australia.
Yes. How's it going, L. Curtis Boyle?
Oh, how's it going, eh? It's going good, eh?
I'm a little rusty on this hosting gig. I mean, you guys have been done such a great job these past few weeks. I'm getting my countries and stuff all mixed up. Speaking of g'day, we also have with us Nick Marotta, man.
Beauty.
Yeah, center square. Beauty.
Beauty, eh?
Yeah. I'd like to take Nick Marotta to Block, please, in the Hollywood Square. So he is here. We also have another gentleman with us. We use the word gentleman loosely, but he's with us anyways. John Strong of Strongware is with us. Good afternoon, John.
Good afternoon.
All right. Definitely never been called a gentleman in his lifetime. Grant Leedy's with us. Hey, Grant.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
It's going good. Another Canadian. We got 3 Canadians right now. If we were playing like bingo, and Bruce Moore had switched places with or tic-tac-toe even. We'd have 3 Canadians across there for the win right now. So
Yeah, definitely not bingo this year.
we're playing Canadian tic-tac-toe. We moved Bruce over there where John Strong was. We'd have that for one. The Bruce Moore is with us. Hey, Bruce.
Howdy, or how's it going, eh?
Hey, beauty, eh? Beauty.
Excellent.
And
Good day.
last but certainly not least, the guy who gets all kinds of cool stuff off of eBay, Brian Weasler's in the house. How are you?
Very good. Welcome.
Hey, lovely having you. I'm your substitute guest host today, Stevie Stroh. Welcome to the program. And
Man, this show's going down the tube already.
yes, oh my. So I just want to say, first off, thank you guys, all of you guys who did the show last weekend. I know there were some technical difficulties with Mark's computer blue screening a few times, but despite those challenges, you guys kept the Tandy Flame alive. You kept the show going, and it was great coverage from Tandy Assembly. It looked like a great event. So I'm glad.
That was CoCoTALK, the 4-part miniseries.
The 4-part miniseries, yes. So congratulations and thank you to Jason, the Coco Man, for doing all of the legwork, literally walking around that whole event, and for Mark Bosley for streaming, and for Rob Inman for co-hosting and picking up a backup stream at some point in time. And all you guys came together. The community came together. You guys gelled, and I could not be more proud and more honored to be part of you group of knuckleheads. Than
I have a question for you, Stevie. Were you feeling the same way when you were trying to edit the whole thing back together again?
Well, listen, that was my penance for missing the show. So, yeah. And so because we do an audio podcast version of the show, I had to take all the 4 parts from the YouTube because it kept crashing and restarting. So there were 4 different videos. I spliced them all together for one single video for the video podcast and one single audio for the audio podcast. So it was a little bit of work, but it also got me a chance to kind of see what I missed by doing the edit. And I listened to it the other day, and it was a great show. It was, even though I was kind of listening, I kind of got a feel for what you guys were looking at with Tandy Assembly. So I think it's pretty neat when somebody's walking around a visual walkthrough that's still translated well to audio, because you guys were talking about what he was looking at. So I still felt like I knew what was going on. So I enjoyed listening to the show because I wasn't there. So thanks, guys, for doing it. As always, this show is the sum of all of our parts, right? And so I just want to say thank you. You're too kind. Yes.
Without patting our own backs, I want to say that that kind of thing, being able to have visuals of the shows, I think is definitely a really good use of the video aspect of the show, because it's like I've been able to enjoy seeing VCF West and Coco Fest and other things that I can't be there in person. So I know just as a member of the community, I really appreciate being able to see that stuff. So,
oh, likewise. Likewise. Thanks for mentioning that. Yeah. And I think it's great because there are enough of us out there in the community, all at different places, that we have been able to, if not in person, kind of virtually attend a lot of these events throughout the year. Think about how many events we've covered in the past few months. We've did VCF West out in California. We did, we've done CoCo Fest, and we've done VCF Midwest. We just had Tandy Assembly. So we've covered
the Radio Shack opening.
The Radio Shack opening, so.
Dayton Hamfest.
Hamvention we've done. Yeah, there's been a lot of things that we've covered. So yeah, the fact that there are many of us in many places really helps us bring the world of retro together, I think. So yeah, good
I could
stuff.
have covered early winter last weekend. I forgot to do that. Sorry.
You're probably noticing a little bit of an echo. When we get into the project updates and acquisitions, I'll talk about that. But one of the reasons why I probably sound like an echo, besides my hollow head, is that I've cleaned out my office room here that I'm in. So this room is literally pretty barren. So it is a little echoey. Since we don't really have a guest or a main topic today or anything else to talk about, we'll probably go ahead and do our show and tell and project updates we'll just go ahead and do that now, I guess. So Rondell Vo, do you have anything new and exciting you want to share with us this week?
I do not. I have all of my stuff. I'm kind of like you in that I probably should send out the herd, but just too lazy or / possibly just don't want to.
Yeah, well, the thing is
Order, I believe, is a technical term.
If you've got the room it's not an issue. I'm running out of room. I have run out of room. I've been out of room. I've got a garage stacked with stuff. I've got shelves in here that were stacked with stuff. So space was an issue for me. So we have no new updates from Ron Delvaux. What about L. Curtis Boyle? Anything new and exciting this week you want to share with the world?
No, I'm still doing fairly busy at work. It's starting to die down, so I'm imagining the next couple of weeks here I'll be out of it.
Okay.
I actually was hoping to have some free time to do CoCo stuff this weekend, but then I got a job where they're offering to pay me extra to get it done over the weekend because I just got it Friday. So for the extra money, I figured, yeah, okay, I'll do that. So
hey, why not?
Won't be this weekend either.
Ken Reichert's asking, is Ron Delvaux's as Ron's garage really a TARDIS? Are you familiar with Doctor Who references, Ron Delvaux? I know you're a Star Trek guy.
Doctor Who?
Exactly.
No. Base.
No.
So the whole thing
it's
about
bigger on the inside.
Yeah, well, the TARDIS looks like a police call box on the outside, like basically a phone booth. But as soon as you walk inside, it's his spaceship. That's the catchphrase.
Oh.
It's bigger on the inside, right? That's what she said.
Yep.
So Nick Maroda, you got anything new and exciting this week you want to talk about?
Not this week. I talked last week about stuff I got. I would have held on to it.
Your MC10 and whatnot?
I got my MC10 that I've been playing with and trying to get programs loading through the cassette port. I got one of Jim Gary's programs loading. I tried to take another one, a C10 file, and convert it and load that, and I haven't been successful. So, but yeah, I'm trying to get playing around with that.
So you have
As well as
Megabug
CoCo.
in the background, yeah?
Oh yeah, it's on CoCo, obviously.
Yeah.
I tried to get an MC10.
What are you using for your cassette input on the?
A netbook.
Okay, because I know the CoCo and the MC10 is a little bit fussy on volume levels and sometimes on the,
Yeah.
the tone quality too, like the.
I've tried massaging the wave file a bit with Audacity. Like I tried amplifying, reducing the bass.
You kind of don't want to do that. You don't want to
you
mess
don't.
with the wave file because that's the actual
Just
data.
increase or decrease the volume is usually what you fiddle with.
Yeah, but they said with the cassette,
Or
turning
tone.
down the tone would often help. Tone basically lowers the bass response.
Oh, really? I have not heard of that. Okay. Well, our resident AV professional there, Mark D. Overholzer, if he says that's a good idea, then we can trust him. Right?
Turning down the tone, by the way, reduces the treble, not the bass, but yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's a treble I actually want to turn down.
I
Okay.
have actually had better luck with the treble being turned up. I actually had a Radio Shack little recorder. I'm trying to remember. I think it's a Model 58, and
Yeah,
I used
that
it.
makes sense.
I used it with my Timex Sinclair, and I also used it with my Apple. I've never tried it with the CoCo yet. But as I remember, on the 0 to 10 range, a 7 was what worked.
Yeah,
really
7 or 8 is what I used to use back in the old days.
Or
yeah,
treble.
and so basically marked, the thing was marked with the volume and with a little Sharpie on the 2, and it worked every time.
All right. I think
you crank it down, and it would totally trash it. So, tone is your friend.
Yeah, that's what I was reading.
here's something weird. We're not live. We're not live on Facebook. I don't know why. The multi-stream thing. All right. Well, listen, it is what it is. We're not live on Facebook.
Yeah, we are.
Where?
Have it up.
Where?
CB Stroh, I'm a coconut.
Oh shit! Dude. When I go to set up the restream, I'm screwing that up. Okay.
I posted the links in both.
So it's in the I'm a Coconut group. It's not going to the CoCoTALK page. I've screwed up when I set up the restream.
It is
all right.
streaming then.
Okay, it is streaming there. All right. So did you share it out? Because I was trying to look for it. I couldn't find it.
Yeah, I already did. Both
Okay.
TRS-8 and I'm a coconut.
All right, great. Thanks for doing that. I just couldn't find it.
You're welcome.
There you go. Yeah, so my. And I didn't. I had a hectic morning. I did a lot of running around, so I didn't have time to promote the show before we went live. Usually, I'll create like a little event, and I'll share out the event to remind people. But even with no pre-promotion, we've got 20 people watching us live right now. So hello to all of you out there in YouTube land.
There's 8 on Facebook.
8 on Facebook. I'm not seeing them. It's weird. So like my numbers are not showing up in the live chat counter, but that's okay. Hello to you all on Facebook. I somehow screwed up where I streamed it to Facebook. So hello out there, guys, too. Rob Inman says Grant Leedy is streaming everywhere. All right, so L. Curtis Boyle has no update. Nick Maroda, no update. I'm pretty sure Brian does. Brian, do you have an update? A show and tell?
Yeah, I got a few items I could share with the group.
All right.
One thing that got some comments on Facebook with. It was I picked this joystick up. It's actually intended for more of an IBM and Apple. But what kind of intrigued me about the whole thing was the bottom of it, because it was made by Tandy, so it has the same types of
like the deluxe joystick to make it spring loaded versus
exactly, yeah.
Okay.
And I really like the action of the stick itself, but I took it apart and I'm gonna see. I don't know. I had people say, "Oh, don't touch it," but there's other people that say, "Oh, go for it." So. It does have linear pots in it versus the rotary pots like that are inside the Tandy one. But I might take a swing at putting a new cable on it and wiring it up as a deluxe joystick and see if it might work.
Okay.
So,
and just so you know, some experience I've had, not electronically to make a hardware conversion, but I've tried using PC joysticks like that through an emulator. Because when I first started doing emulators, I was using an Xbox 360 controller, and the problem I had is when you go to the corners, it doesn't register the corners because those pots weren't as loose and and as kind of generous as the CoCo one was. So before I had other ways to try to do this, I tried some of those old style PC sticks that were made by Kraft, because Kraft is who made the one for Tandy. And then I got like the 15 pin to USB adapter and I did it. What I ended up finding though too was that the corners were still not registering. There's something really weird about the CoCo reading the diagonal corners on different types of pots. And it seems like anything that wasn't the original stick just can't seem to do it. I'm not saying you won't get there, but
it may be the USB conversion or something, because I did plenty of conversions of PC joysticks back in the day to the CoCo, including the Crafts, and they did convert and did read. So maybe it may be something else.
What did you do to convert them, John?
Huh?
What did you do to convert them?
You basically put a different end connector and then wire them differently. They're going to wire them as a potentiometer instead of the rheostats that they're wired as.
Okay.
So you rewired the inside of the joystick.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. That's the direction I was heading as well. So.
Yeah. You've got to put the DIN connector on it, and then rewire the inside of the joysticks. We would hit. As I say, me, my brother Charlie, and myself, we'd hit Hamfest and buy up. We bought literally huge boxes of joysticks and converted them, and sold them at CoCo Fest and local color computer users and such.
What did you do if the rheostat in there was not 100K? Did you how did you handle that?
That's not a big problem.
Okay.
Because it's a potentiometer.
Right.
Okay. And until you get down to about 5K, you don't have any problems. And the reason you have a problem is that there is a 100 ohm resistor in series with that. And when the resistance gets low enough that 100 ohms becomes significant, then you don't get a full reading in a direction.
Okay.
But as long as you're 20, you're 10, I've done some 10K stuff here. I don't have a sample here, but I think the little joystick that's going like in the Sony or the Xbox are about 10K. Those read fine. It's when you get below 10K, you start having some issues. Okay. I know at 5K, you can't get them to center because of that. Exactly as they are. They won't go the full range, but you've got a large range that you can use there. Again, basically theory-wise, it's that 100 ohm resistor in series. Once the voltage drop across that becomes a significant proportion, okay, does it affect it?
Very good. Thanks for the input.
So your plan then, Brian Weasler, is you're going to take that original PC style joystick, you're going to change some of the internals of it, and then obviously the connector as well, and you're going to convert it to a possible deluxe joystick.
I'm just going to unsolder the cable as it is, take it away, and then I'm going to put a new cable and new DIN connector on it, and then wire it up.
Okay, cool.
Like
That'd be interesting.
So, yep. Kind of play around with that. And then I do got some books, but before that, I had also posted on Facebook a color computer that I had picked up, but it was just kind of what was kind of fun was the way I happened to come across it. My son and I went into one of those game places where they buy, sell, and trade game consoles and such, and we went in there because he wanted to go look for some games, and we found some, and we were standing at the front desk getting ready to pay, and the guy behind the counter who owned the place, we were talking, and he was saying how he likes the 8-bit consoles, the old school stuff, back in the old, like Atari days and stuff back in the time. And I mentioned how I'm into the color computers, the retro color computers, and he says, "You are?" He goes, "Well, you're in luck." He goes, "I had a guy that came in here a few months back, just needed some cash, and had this color computer, and so I gave him some money for it, and he said, I don't know what to do with it." He says, "I don't deal with this stuff," and he goes, "I really don't want to mess with eBay. Would you be interested?" And I said, "Sure." So I was expecting him to bring a color computer out in the box, and so I think it was his son that he sent back there, and he comes walking out, and I could see the color computer sticking up out of the box, and he sits there and he starts pulling out. There's a color computer, there's a 501 disk drive and controller. Wow. And then also in the box was a synthesizer.
Oh, nice. Mark 90, yeah.
Yep. And also a speech sound.
Nice.
And I got the computer actually right up here on the shelf right here with the 501 right next to it there.
Nice. Was it CoCo 2?
Yes, it is a CoCo 2.
Okay.
And I also have a VG board on order that's probably be here on Monday that I ordered, CoCo VGA. It has a nice socketed chip in there, so it'll be a quick, easy conversion. So I'm going to get that one wired up with VGA. So
Very cool.
Got that little project going on. And the thing was the price, and I really didn't disclose how much I paid for it, but the guy only gave the person that brought it in $40 for that, and the guy was happy to get $40 for it. And
wow.
He was almost going to let me walk out the door by giving him what he had into it, but he said I probably should make a little bit of money on it. So I get that maybe gives you a little clue as to how much I paid for those.
Probably about 50.
Close. That's $60 I paid for all that, really.
Not bad at all.
$60 for all that hardware. So I was more than tickled pink. I almost couldn't contain myself with a straight face when he was telling me that, and I almost felt guilty walking out the door, but he was happy to get rid of it, and
he made a profit.
And he made $20, and he was happy. So
to him, it was worth nothing. So it's like he didn't rip him off. That's what
exactly.
He thought it was worth.
Exactly. Well, it's no different than buying stuff on eBay. You got a seller and a buyer, and his transaction's complete. Hopefully, everybody's satisfied. So.
Yeah, it's not like you bought an original mouse for $750 or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there is one of those on eBay. I did share that out there. There's a place that's selling a single button CoCo mouse for $125 right now. So
wow.
So if anybody,
I wonder what the 2-button version would go for.
Well, I guess it's a retro museum. I think in New York. Some people had commented and said that they're always selling stuff, and they do tend to be a little steep.
A little.
But,
yeah, it's about $100 overpriced right there. So
I've got a color mouse up on the shelf up here, and it's got a price tag of $5 on it.
Wow.
That's what I paid for it.
Very good.
You're sitting on a gold mine, Eric.
Yeah, I gotta get it on eBay.
You'll go far, Eric. You'll go far.
There's your retirement fund getting stored up there.
Well, speaking of mice, I actually had David Ladd and Mark Overholzer send me David Ladd's adapter. And I got to say, that's pretty awesome to use, actually. Because I have a color mouse, which I might sell for $150. I don't know.
Oh, God.
And then I think it was Paul Shoemaker. Let me borrow the deluxe with the 2-button. And so I did this comparison on my desk, right? So I moved the cursor to the left side of the screen, and I drew a mark on my desk where the mouse started. And then I'd move right till the cursor was all the way across the screen and make another mark. Well, with both of the color computer mice, I moved about 3.5 to 4 inches until I was on the other side of the screen, where David Ladd's was 1.5 inches. And it felt a lot more natural than using the ones that were designed for the CoCo. So I'm going to highly recommend that product. I'll tell you that much right
Very
now.
cool.
Yeah, you needed pretty big mouse pads for the original ones.
Yeah, like a desk worth.
Now, don't take this a crude way. This is a legitimate question. But does the size of the mouse ball affect the range of motion?
Well, I'm trying not to take that crudely.
I disclaimed up front.
Difficult.
I was wondering the same thing, actually.
Yes.
The mouse I was using, that actually I think Mark sent me the adapter, and the mouse is actually an optical mouse. But I was wondering the same thing, because I was kind of arguing back and forth with, well, I wouldn't say arguing, but I was discussing back and forth with Mark. And
Passionate discussions.
It was passionate discussion, because here's the thing: like, adapters they got wires everywhere, and it's cool. It's great that it works that way. This one's not that bad in comparison to some other ones I've seen for other things. But if we could just have a mouse, is what I was trying to figure out. And maybe, yeah, because the ball in the CoCo ones is like, I don't know, 1.5 times the size of a normal mouse ball. So maybe it does have effect.
And it's very heavy.
And maybe it's metal versus plastic or rubber too.
Yeah, yeah. I noticed the CoCo mouse just does not feel fluid at all. It feels like you're trying to drag a Sherman tank through the sand. It's just.
Well, yeah. I mean, you could definitely take this ball out of here and use it as some sort of protective device.
Yeah, absolutely.
Somebody jumps you.
Just don't get mad and rage quit like Stevie does on a game, because it'll take out your entire monitor.
The ball actually moves potentiometers inside of the 10-day mouse, whereas they are turning a wheel that spins optical device, on a standard mouse, and so you had to have something to move those potentiometers through their 100 or 270 degree range or something like that. And so that's going to be, definitely a different setup. The fact they was able to accomplish that, they did and remain the potentiometers, pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very cool. Very cool. And welcome to the program, Paul Thayer the Slayer. You just kind of jumped in there on the discussion, but we're glad to have you. We didn't introduce you at the top of the show because you kind of joined us mid-show, but we're glad to have you. Welcome to the program.
Thanks.
Now, Brian, you still had some stuff to show too, or?
I got just a couple books here to share real quick. Another book that's been kind of fun. I haven't finished thumbing through it yet, though, but it's Your Color Computer.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I've really kind of started thumbing through it, and it's been kind of fun to read through that one. It's pretty much...
It's got some nice pictures in the middle, and it actually covered third-party stuff, not just Tandy stuff. So that was a nice plus on that book.
Yeah, there's some nice glossy printouts on the inside there, kind of showing some of the...
Neat.
Some of the art there and everything that's on it. So, yeah, it's been... it's fun to me, but it covers the whole thing. It's almost like a technical reference manual, because it breaks down the insides of the computer too, as far as functionality and such. So,
are you getting everything from eBay?
Most of it, yes.
So you just have certain alerts set up to let you know when keywords come up, like color computer book or manual or something like that, because you're on these things. You're getting books I didn't even know were available.
Don't share the secret.
And then there's another one here. I wanted to get the green colored version of it. I think we've all seen this one here of the 6809 assembly language book.
Yeah, that's the version I got.
Yeah, there's the one with the yellow dotting, and this one has the green dotting on it. So,
is there a difference between the yellow and the green one?
I'm not sure. I haven't compared them closely yet. Assembly language is my next thing I want to delve into. But...
One's yellow and one's green.
There you go.
Yeah.
And then a couple other books here. This one here, this is the one I recently posted about on Facebook, but it was just a basic book, Programming in Basic, and it covers a lot of different models, not just the Radio Shack. It has some Apple and Commodore PET in there.
That's cool.
What was kind of interesting about this one is I bought it, and I was waiting and waiting and waiting, never get a shipping notice, and so I dropped a note to the seller. And he got back the next day apologizing. He did not see that I had bought the book, and then he ended up going on a long vacation, and so he was away for 2 weeks. Well, he he felt bad about it, and he says, "Well, he goes, I got another book I'm going to throw in there if you don't mind." And so when I received the package, he also had this one in there as well.
That's a good one.
It's the basic here, the basic handbook there, second edition. And I had a few people comment that that they had the first and the third edition. But I started reading through this one too, so it's kind of an interesting little book. And then lastly, this one actually kind of ended up being kind of a little bit of a personal challenge, I guess. When Michael Furman was out there at the BCF West, and he was walking around, he came across a book, and he happened to mention my name, saying, asked if I had them, and actually I did not. So I kind of took it as a little bit of a personal challenge to go out and find them, and I did. And they are kind of somewhat available, but Basic Computer Games was the book that he pointed out, and then its companion, More Basic Computer Games. So there's kind of two nice little books there, and it's just different games that are in there. That, nothing fancy, but just interesting ones.
Yeah, that was made by Creative Computing, wasn't it? If I remember.
David Ahl, I guess how you pronounce the name, AHL.
Yeah, he wrote the basic benchmark that everybody ran. See how fast.
Okay. Okay. So I got plenty of reading to do here.
Very cool. Very
this
cool.
winter. So, thanks.
Are you done?
Nice guy.
For this Saturday, yes.
Yes.
I'm done for done. Yeah,
All right.
Continued next week. Yeah. So.
So
Give Stevie no content and see how his show goes. Let's all clam up.
Jim Brain Retro Innovation says Brian Weezer shows off. It's a whole show, folks. That's cool.
I tell you, it has been kind of fun getting back into it. And yes, maybe I do have a little bit of addiction with it though. But
well, you've kind of cornered.
Enjoying it.
Yeah, you've cornered the market on some really interesting books. And those are neat.
Honestly, I think it's just Stevie shipped all of his stuff to you, which is why your office is getting fuller and Stevie's is getting empty.
I got shelves behind me that are kind of filling up here, but yeah.
Yeah.
So it's been kind of fun. I mean, it's like any hobby, and you can go crazy with it. I've really enjoyed the books and just kind of the collecting aspect of it. I do want to teach myself assembly language, so that's still a to do, but I definitely tend to be more of the user, and just the collecting of it, and just some of the stuff, if it's not picked up, it people don't know what to do with some of these things, and then ends up going to the landfill. So,
yeah,
right.
Yeah.
And so I've enjoyed that. Like with the magazines and stuff, I got a few more that I'm still trying to get. I got 1 year that I'm actually missing. I found I went through an inventory at all the rainbows that I got from that guy Mark, and I found out that I'm missing a year. So I'm working on getting that. So.
Okay.
So,
that's cool.
It's just been fun. I enjoy it.
Very cool. Very cool. All right, we've had some people join us that weren't in the list originally. So, but let me try to just finish going through the people who were here first. So we've covered Ron Delvaux. Rick Adams has joined us. Paul Thayer has joined us. Grant
Shoemaker's joined us.
Paul Shoemaker has joined us. Grant Leedy, anything new and exciting with you this week?
Nothing yet. Thanks to Brian, I'm actually not CoCo related, but I am bidding for I assume it's, from what I gather, it's a very high-priced Dell 24-inch monitor. So hope I get that here this week, or actually today maybe.
Yeah, it's one of those monitors, the Dell monitors that have all those different inputs on the bottom.
Okay, yeah. So you got the composite and the S-video and the
They're perfect for the classic computer.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's still the 4x3 square shape too, not the widescreen.
Oh, this is the 24-inch, so it is the widescreen. So he could have dual input on it if he wanted to. He could have one HDMI and one composite, or one VGA, or
and you could have two widescreen things side by side.
Picture in picture.
Yeah,
neat.
It's the monitor that's over here on my shoulder here.
Okay, I think I've got one of those then too. Yeah. Oh, very
right
cool.
Now it's $17.50, so I couldn't pass that up.
You know, it'd be kind of cool to see. See two CoCos side by side, because I've actually got the CoCo 3 to S-video adapter, RGB to S-video adapter. So I might want to try that as an experiment. Get a CoCo 3 and then maybe a CoCo 2 over composite in the same screen side by side. Just because we can, right? So
because we can, yeah.
Yeah. All right, cool. So thanks for sharing there, Brian. I like books myself too, even though I hardly ever get a chance to read them. I just like having them. It's something about having that tactile, tangible, collectible, and you just, books are things we don't get anymore. New computers do not come with books. New video games you buy don't come with books. So paper is it's a dinosaur. Anything that's on paper.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about over here.
Yeah. Now
Well,
here
you get people that also say, well, it's out there on the archive and it's digital, and digital is good. I mean, because if you're looking for something, it's easy to search. If it's been, if the text has been OCR'd after being scanned in. But I still, like you said, I'm still a paper person. I still like to thumb through and
absolutely
find things that way. So, yep.
Yeah.
Plus, our eyes are getting older.
Yeah.
Paper's a lot easier on the eyes.
There you go. Yes.
I just want to say something real quick before we go on to more updates, because I'm watching the Facebook feed. Here, I screwed up when I started the stream. I'm supposed to be streaming to the CoCoTALK page, and somehow I ended up streaming to the I'm a Coconut group. And the problem with that is that live chat is not making its way back to my multi-chat app. So the people who are commenting on Facebook right now, I'm seeing you. Hey, Kevin Holloway says hi, Stevie. Fred is there. But you're not showing up in the sidebar chat because it's something to do with this multi-stream app. It works with pages, but it doesn't seem to work with groups. So everybody who's chatting on Facebook right now, you're not showing up in the feed, but I will try to keep an eye on you. So sorry about that. I just opened that feed recently. Thank you for that update. Brian Weasler. Who have we not talked to? Rick Rondell Vo did not have an update. Rick Adams has joined us. Rick, are you with us?
I am with you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes. Anything new and exciting you want to share with the boys and girls this week?
With the boys and girls, yes. Well, I've been having a lot of fun. There's a lot of action on the Discord in the Temple of Rom channel. And I've been digging into that. And we've got a source to Temple of Rom that is buildable. That's on GitHub right now. So anybody can go out there and take a look at that. And I've been commenting it like crazy, putting it, basically trying to figure out all the data structures of how are all the treasures that you pick up in the maze, how are they stored in the program, and all the monsters and where they're located, and just how ticked off they are, and all that sort of thing. So Mark DuPont had taken just a little hint that he got from this podcast to figure out all of the line data for the maze. And from that, he did a graphic of the entire maze. And so we've been seeing it a while. So after I figured out how all the creature data is stored, then I figured, we want an update to that. So I got a hold of him online and gave him enough hints as to how the creature data was stored that he could update his map and put the creatures on it. So now within a couple of hours, he had done that. And it turns out the creature data is stored not just, where the creatures are, but there's an area on the map. For each creature, there's defined, and there's 19 creatures in the entire maze. And for each one is defined a box, the coordinates of a box. And that box is, to speak in gamer speak, the aggro box. If you enter that box, the monster will see you and head for you and try to eat you.
Okay, that's like his field of vision. You've entered his sphere of awareness in a way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right. And then at the center of the box is the monster's home position. That's where he rests until he sees you, and then he'll head forward. And if you leave the box before he gets you, or before you get him, then it'll drift back to its home position. So he also updated the map that he came up with to show the monster zones, is what he called it.
Okay.
The aggro box. So that's out on the Temple of Rom channel on the Discord right now.
Oh, neat. I'm going to have to take a look at that. Yeah.
Okay. And it occurs to me that now that I know how all the data is stored, and I commented in the source how it's stored, so anybody that reads that will figure it out right away. I've tried to make it really obvious how that all works. So at this point, people could write an actual level editor for Temple of Rom if they wanted to.
Mm.
Now, I Now, I don't really have the time to do that, but if somebody wants to do that, I would be okay with that. And I can even help them out by putting in some padding. So if you want to add, more monsters than are there, then you won't, overflow anything.
Neat.
So we'll think about that. And there you have it.
That's
for
cool.
those that, maybe you should just mention for those who might not know who Rick Adams is and why he cares about Temple of Ram.
Well, yeah, because I wrote it. I'm the guy who originally wrote it.
Legendary video game designer Rick Adams, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. Well, there's probably on the entire planet, there's probably 5 people, tops, that think that Temple of Ram is the greatest game ever, and that I am the most awesome person ever, and and blah blah blah.
And they're all here.
Yeah,
and they're all here.
Yes,
exactly.
Welcome to the Rick Adams fan club. We meet every week.
And the rest, and the other 20 billion people on the planet, minus 5 people, really less. But that's okay.
No, it's cool. That's very cool. I mean, it's interesting how, I remember because I think it was actually the interview we did with you. I don't think it was because CoCoTALK as a show hadn't existed back then, but we had done an interview with you, which I think was live. And at that time, he had come up with the level data and then I think the monster data. And I think those images Curtis had put on his website initially too. So on the Curtis Boyle Games List website. Well. But now we have got some updates to those, which should probably be added to the Games List website. It sounds like. Well, now we've also got Discord, which is hopefully a little bit more utilized and looked upon. Probably not a bad segue to maybe we were going to talk about Joey and CoCo too. So we'll talk about Discord in a minute when we get to Bruce and Joey and CoCo. Now, I think that's really cool. And last week on the show I missed, and I listened to it, but I didn't watch it. But Curtis was in the news was talking about the update to Return to ROM, where there's now a 3-dimensional reimagining of your game, which I can only imagine you're probably excited about as well, right, Rick?
Sure. One could argue, it's like, well, he's ripping off your game, but it's like, what he's come up with is so derivative. It's sort of 5 steps beyond what my game is, to the point where, it's really his own thing, and I don't mind at all. It's an homage, and I'm cool with that.
Yeah, okay. And I'm seeing some. I just want my producer and in my ear here just told me that we've got a few messages from John Strong and Eric Canales. So John Strong has an update and he has to go soon. So John Strong, if you're still there, take it away and let's hear your announcement.
Okay. Now, those who were at a 10-day assembly on a Sunday, which I made it there for a little while, may have seen some of this, but I think it'd be of interest to Paul Shoemaker at least. I have very close to being done a case for the 502 from Ian Mavrick. I'm trying to find the source for some screws, some minor adjustments and stuff, such as the top being on too tight, and actually going to have it with brass inserts for the screws.
Okay.
So you don't take that out. And so that's what I'm looking on sourcing.
Have you got the cartridge in there too? Okay. And so for those who don't know, this is Ian Mavrick, the Mav, who makes, he's probably more well known in the TRS-80 monochrome universe, but he has been making a few products for the CoCo, which are reproductions. So he's not trying to create a new, modern version of anything. He's trying to do kind of period correct reproductions of things like, I think he did an RS-232 pack, correct? And then
yes, and I got the information that there is 2 boards on that. The second set of boards have holes in that. I have the basic information. I'm going to be trying to do a case for that also.
Yeah, and so which one is this? FD-501, FD-502?
The 502 is this.
Okay.
So the short stubby controller.
Right, and that's the one that did not need the 12 volts either, right? So that'll work on a CoCo 2 and 3. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and the 501 didn't need 12 volts either.
Okay.
You have two versions of the stub. It's the 501 and the 502. The 501 I've had, but the case layout and the hole spacing is a little different than the 502. Okay. And so Paul Shoemaker, I've listed, it's going to be available for order pretty soon. I'm just looking for trying to get the right size screws to be able to get that and do some tweaks on the case sizing, so I'm happy with it.
It looks fantastic. Thanks for working on that.
Are those gold contacts on there?
No.
On Ian's?
No, they are not.
Okay.
The 502 was the silvered contact. The 501 was the one with the gold contacts.
Okay.
Okay. Here, this looks really rough. I tried to make another print last night, had some issues with it. And for those who are looking for a classic look, not doable in somebody wants something that looks like the original 10-day. That's not going to work with the filament printer unless you go to a lot of work and do two and a dissolvable layer. However, I do have my new printer, and this is my first test pass with it. There's a lot of things wrong with it, but it
Is that
shows the potential.
translucent plastic kind of?
Mm-hmm.
That is cool.
I think that's very, very cool.
It's sort of translucent, transparent too, isn't it?
I actually ordered some clear end, but I tried to reprint this last night, and I had 2 tries, and I had issues with the printer. I've got to figure out what's going on with. Here we're seeing supports that was automatically generated too close to the case, so they stuck to it. The plastic is a lot more brittle, so I've got to change the hole size for the screws. It is so heat resistant that the inserts do not look like they can be heat pressed, so it'll have to be just straight into the plastic. So it'll be a wood screw type with that if I get that done. Again, I call this my classic style. It's not identical, but I don't think it needs to be quite identical.
Right. And I kind of like the breathing grill on there, the ventilation slots. Yeah.
I don't know if you see it on the camera. There's actually an indent. You might be able to see the little line through the label.
Move it more center, like in front of your face. Okay.
Okay.
No,
I don't know if you could pick it up or not on the camera. But
Okay.
there is the indent. Like I said, this is the supports that generated that stuck to it that I'm working on getting those removed.
I like that V shape that's kind of going on there. Is that on the surface or is that on the other side?
No, that's on the surface. That's the supports. But I mean, with this, you get enough detail with this. You could put whatever detail you need in there. Because like I said, I did the label indent. Okay. So you get a lot more detail with it. It does take a lot longer to print. The plastic is more brittle. As you can see, I don't know if you see here, some of the things broke on the things with me testing.
When you print this and they come out, are they actually hot?
No. This is a liquid resin printer. It's cured by UV light. And there's a lot of surface things on there because they didn't get it cleaned with the right chemicals. And the cost on it is, my estimate is probably, material-wise and everything, probably 4 times what it is with something like this. So, if somebody wants that, like get the learning curve down on it, it'll probably be available, but it's not going to be as cheap as the others.
It looks
simply
cool.
cuts cost.
I like that. Looks cool.
Yeah, and like I said, the splotches on that's not normal. That's because I cleaned it wrong. And again, learning curve. But it's got the details, the grills. If you needed something that.
How's it look with the board in there? Put the board in there.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna.
Rondovo is asking the hard-hitting questions here, folks.
Yes. It's my job.
What's playing an audio spectrum analyzer back there, Ronnie?
Oh, I
So-
heard music.
I do have a clear Rinson that once I get it down that I'll use, but I'm going to use the green up first on test prints, and I do have a black in stock, and but it's again.
But you could have
this-
a couple of LEDs on there, and they'd look pretty cool, huh?
Oh yeah, you could do that. You could make it glow and things. There's a lot of things you could do. There's potential there with it. You can also get some of the PET plastics are kind of a translucent. You could glow, but because with the other printer they're layered. You really can't see the boards or anything inside of it, but you could see a light. But again, this is only the third print off of my new printer. So again, just very new experiment. The traditional filament printer, I think I'm going to go ahead. I've been debating what to offer it for, but I think I can do $20 on that, at least for intro price, till we see what the cost comes out. This probably have to do at least 30 to cover the extra cost.
Yeah. And so far, the cases you're showing us, these are all for the new Ian Mavrick FD-502 reproduction board, right?
Right. These two are for the Ian Mavrick reproduction board. Once I have this design down, it'd be very easy to do the 501. Just the spacing on the supports and things are a little different. So I just have to change the supports for the screws and stuff inside.
Now, is that one you made or original?
This is the original 501.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. This is my...
Kind of like your template, huh?
Yeah, this is kind of the idea, what I'm looking at the guide. I don't have a 502. The other thing I do like about mine is different than the Tandy. My center screw hose on the bottom.
Yeah, so you don't have to wreck your label.
Yeah,
Yeah.
your label
Nice.
That's great. I like that.
your label can stay intact. Okay. I had a lot of positive response, even as poorly as it looks with being just print 3 at Attendee Assembly. Ian liked them. He thought they both looked real nice.
Have you met Ian in person before?
I seen him last year and didn't really know who he was.
Was he wearing a
But he-
three-piece suit by any chance?
No.
Okay, at the first Tandy Assembly, he was like wearing a three-piece suit. He looked like like a CEO or something. He was the best dressed guy at the event.
Yeah, you probably look pretty out of place at Tandy.
And so that's kind of why I wanted to bring people in, let you guys know it's there. I know Paul Shoemaker's been looking for a case, and so there's going to be a choice for him. Again, I did some screws on eBay, but they're a little bit too small as far as keeping the board in. And so I've got to find some others and the one for the center hole. But
So John, by when do you think you'll have them for sale? A couple weeks out, you think?
hopefully a couple weeks for the
old style one?
For this one, yeah, okay. I don't know how long it's going to take on the learning curve on this.
Oh, that's cool.
Okay. I was hoping to have one printed, the next version there, but I did 2 tries last night. Both prints failed, and they failed in different ways. So I have to debug that. And these take about nine hours to print. This one does.
Wow, that's
dedication.
Yeah, talk about a labor of love, huh?
So this is kind of what's going on this side. The assembly. I wasn't able to get down there till late Saturday night, and so I was there a little bit on Sunday. We had a bunch of other stuff we had to do. I think they're doing rather good for no longer than they've been going, and the fact they didn't have a the advantage of that CoCo Fest had as coming off and kind of taking up the mantle from Rainbow Fest. The guys who were there seem to be pretty dedicated and like it, especially the talks they're having. What I haven't seen is, but again, I wasn't there full time, or just a little bit on Sunday, is a lot of other extra people coming in and looking and buying a lot. Now that somebody else's impression may be different. But that's
You're talking about like people who were there as a vendor, or like selling cables and stuff?
Well, there's people who are selling stuff. I mean, there's actually people coming in, and there's a lot of people buying. Most of the people I seen there were like exhibitors, vendors.
Oh, so you're saying there were more basically exhibitors than there were just attendees that were just general population?
That I seen at least on Sunday morning.
Okay. Well, we got some guys who were Paul Fiscarelli was there.
Yeah, Paul was there.
He's in the live chat, so yeah.
Yeah, they'll be able to give you. They were there longer, so be able to give you better feedback from that.
Yeah.
But I think there was a discussion on what they were doing good and right and change, and I think both groups of the attendee people, the CoCo and the others, very interested in working with each other and to make it a better show.
Yeah, well, this is the third year, and the fact that it's still going is great. Another event for us to go to, and luckily some of us, when I say us, I'm talking about us here in a little small CoCo circle, but yeah, it's great having more retro events to go to each year.
And I think their technical sections, I think, is going to be one of their things that's going to really help them. And in fact, they had one that was probably cool enough. I said, I don't dare go to this. It's on a machine I don't have. It's assembly language programming. Okay, I don't need another thing I want to do.
Yeah, right. I think the only if there is a negative to it, and I hate to even associate that, but I think the challenge is that we might be getting to the point where there's so many events that you have to make these Sophie's choice on which ones you go to. I know for me financially, this was so close to VCF Midwest, and I had never been to one of those before. I wanted to experience a VCF Midwest, and 2 weeks later, it's really hard to have two trips less than a month apart financially for me, anyways.
Are there really 3 shows a year that CoCo enthusiasts go to? I mean, there's the Tandy Assembly, there's the VCF.
There's multiple VCFs. There's West, there's Midwest, there's East, there's Northeast, there's Pacific Northwest. Pacific Northwest. There's like almost a half a dozen different VCFs, but I don't know that all of them are on the CoCo community's radar. I think for the most part, if anything, VCF Midwest might have been the closest to our radar because it's close to CoCo Fest. There's a lot of Glenside people in Chicago.
And they've worked back and forth with that group. Okay.
Yeah, Jason Timmons comes to CoCo Fest, and so
that was the one that you live stream on your show, right? This last
the VCF
one?
Midwest.
Yeah.
Yeah, we also did VCF West too. Mark Overholzer was there, and so was Mikey and Rob Inman and Tim Franklin. So there's a lot of events. Tim Lindner.
I know, on the Midwest, some of the CoCo people, myself, and I think Ian Wright has both given talks at the Midwest.
Yeah, I feel like I need to move because I'm in Houston and it's a haul to any one of these different shows.
Yeah. Well, I'm in a similar boat. I'm in Florida. It takes me 8 hours just to get into the United States. Right. I lose a half a day getting into America. So.
Well, I mean, Richard drives in all the way from San Antonio, so Houston can't be much further away than that.
No, it's not much further away, but Richard's crazy.
Yeah,
he's dedicated.
Dedicated. That was the word.
He's trying to look at the trains to go get from. It's only a couple more hours, and you're a lot more comfortable.
So I guess that's kind of what I needed to share with you.
Okay, well, thanks for the update, John.
And Paul, let me know.
Hey, John, let me ask you a question. Since we have, how much time do you have left?
I've got a little bit.
Okay,
yeah.
because I know you're pressed for time. All right, so you're a guy who sells hardware, and this discussion came up on Facebook, and people are making the suggestion, and they're not making the suggestion saying that this is a deal breaker, but the idea of being able to get stuff online from a website, or at least have a website that shows what you have available, kind of a presence, if you will. What are your thoughts on that? I know you have a website. I know it's not necessarily you're not updating it because you have so many projects. But what are your thoughts on having let's just call it an internet presence that says, "Hey, I'm John Strong from Strongware. I make products. Here's a list of some of my products." What do you think about that whole topic?
Well, I've considered that, but this is one of the reasons I get out here and do your show, and I do I've done the CoCo Crew. And to try to communicate that's there. If you're really involved in any community, you're going to either listen to the CoCo Crew or you're going to watch the CoCoTALK. Okay, and I do with Facebook. I don't really keep the list too much anymore because I've just not enough time. And when I make comments on it, you really would get no feedback from it. So, it's okay.
Yeah, Stevie experienced that too, actually.
Yeah, and so, that's my original one that I've done, but I just really didn't get any response back from people from it. Okay, other than people who already knew that I was doing it.
Yeah.
So,
and I don't disagree with the fact that making these public appearances and posting things. There's no wrong way or right way to do it, but there's also I feel there's some value to say, hey, listen, here's my link. Just go to blah blah blah.com, and people can share that and post that. And I'm not beating you up. Trust me, you know that, right? I'm not beating you up. I just want to get your thoughts on it. Being a guy who makes things, and I know you're busy. You've got jobs and lives and a wife and projects and real world stuff. But I just want to get your 2 cents on the idea of a page.
He's so busy he didn't get to make his bed even.
Oh,
poor guy.
Yeah.
This year I have been so busy that
you had to move and everything else too. So
we moved. Okay, we passed up the Midwest, which we'd like to went to because we had some things that we planned that we didn't end up doing, and we wanted to make the 10-day assembly. We had planned to stay, and we were so busy we didn't get a hotel reservation made, so we had to stay at another hotel, and then we was only able to do after hours on Friday and a little bit Sunday morning. That's how busy that we've been this year. And so, AKA it's a hobby.
Yeah.
And, it's nice to have all of this stuff and do this and respond. That's really great. But realize, for some of it, it is simply a hobby that I've shared because, well, like I was telling Randy Kildig, I'm like Kindig, if I'm pronouncing it right. Okay?
Yeah, Kindig.
Kindig. That I'm by one of the two definitions, at least, I'm the premier provider of cases. It's not somebody didn't design them, but nobody's made them available as at least 3D printed. Tim Leonard did. He did a great job on the CoCo SDC case. I like it, but he decided to not make them anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And so premier has two meanings. It means first. Okay. So basically first premier provider of 3D cases. So I was the first one who actually made them available for other people.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I try to be the best. I don't know if I am, but I try.
You want to take pride in your workmanship, right? In your quality product, right?
Yeah,
I don't think anybody would. I don't think anybody would ever even insinuate that.
I don't think you can argue with the word premier because I know at least one way I definitely qualify. If you can argue the other, but I tried to do this.
I think what Stevie's getting at though is as far as promoting it, because I know we get lots of questions on Facebook and stuff on occasion, especially when you've been busy and you haven't been around for a while. Asking where do you get cases, and we'd like to be able to just say, just go to John's page. You can take a look at them there. And there's two phases of this too. There's also just having the web page presence showing what products you have available. And then if you want to take it the extra mile, you want to make it actually an interactive site where you can place your orders online, like say Boys and Tech does.
Oh, I've definitely considered it. Again, it just being so busy.
Yeah.
Doing it, and the time, and again, I took time out just because we were hoping to go to Tandy Assembly to do these cases to show and let people there, and Paul is hoping to have been able to meet you there, but I guess I said you had some family emergency or something that came up and was able to make it.
I did, yeah.
Yeah, and I hope that all worked out well for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and yeah, I know we were told and I was kind of concerned. Hope everything was all right, But,
John, is your machine right there? Or
my
do you have
CoCo.
it in the garage, the one that makes those cases.
It's actually in the garage.
Oh, okay.
It's the liquid one has enough smell. It has to be in the garage. And
there's like a chemical smell to it or product smell, I guess.
Yes, there is. And there is, but one is supposed to arisen. A new one is supposed to smell less.
Can you get custom fragrances? Like if I wanted one that smelled like tangerine, like a scratch and sniff CoCo case, or
you want your pumpkin spice?
Your pumpkin spice. And like a mocha latte, chai latte.
Yeah, I don't know that's going to survive the curing process. Okay.
Sometime when you get a chance, you should, if you're doing another case, shoot a couple pictures and put them up on the CoCo group.
Well, I was hoping to get some of that. Like I said yesterday, I was kind of pushing, so maybe I could have a new version of this for today. And I actually print both pieces at the same time on that one, and one piece didn't stick to the bed and the other was printing, so I had to abort that. The next print, it decided to print the first layer over and over and over again. So I've got a hunk of green plastic about that thick.
Wow.
So we went out and checked on it, see what's going on.
You should put these on eBay as exclusive, one-of-a-kind designs by John Strong.
Modern artwork. You can charge millions in a gallery.
Yeah. So don't just sit there and watch it for 9 hours.
No, I can't.
You should have a live stream where people can watch their case. So your order is being fulfilled as we speak.
People watch all
like watching the old coffee cam they used to have.
Some of the printers actually have a camera built into them. Okay, and you can connect them and watch. Okay?
Oh wow!
And the ones I have do not, and their designs do not lend well to having a camera so that you can see it.
Now, is this like a washer? When it's done, it goes diddling, diddling, diddling?
No, actually, my first primary printer that I did most of my cases from, the software actually did a sound, a beep when it was finished. The second one, which was the same brand, did not do that sound at the end. It was kind of handy, okay? But
or like a dryer, it just buzzes when it's done.
Yeah,
something.
Right. It had a chime that it did when it was done, okay? And these actually, you have a LCD screen, UV light shines in through the bottom of it. The LCD screen acts as a mask, the UV light, and so it does layer by layer. And so it just puts your hand up, it looks as it goes up and down, as you see it build up and come up out of the liquid. And then you have to clean that resin off of it. And that's a process I have to learn to get down right. And then you have to cure it for a final cure in UV light. And so
with that, is this printer actually in an enclosure since there is UV light, so you really can't see it happening? Or
it's in a closure, you can see it, you don't see it real good. It's a filtered, okay? It's a colored plastic in there to hopefully to block out the UV light so it doesn't cure
Maybe a tan.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's that strong. It's actually not. They call it UV, but it's actually just a dark violet. It's 405 nanometers. Okay, and so it's not a true UV, which would be not visible. But
To tell you the truth, I just had a tooth done, and they did the same thing. They put a light on it.
yes, and they do a light with that. There's a lot of the nails coating. The ladies get their fancy nails done. They use again the 4 or 5.
Yeah, I just had my nails did recently too. Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay,
cool.
that surprised me, Stevie.
All right. Well, and I think
I'm taking a lot of your time.
You know, that's okay. That's okay. I figured. I know you were short on time, but I also just wanted to get your input on the whole. If you make a product, should you have a page? And again, there's no right or wrong to this. It's really.
It's nice to have the
Sure.
page so people can go to look at it. Okay.
Yep.
And to do that.
Are you able to write it yourself?
Oh. Yeah, I can do the page. I've got a WordPress site. You know, it just I have to get the time to do it. And
So why do you decide to sleep instead of making a web page?
Now I think Ron's beating you up now, John. It wasn't me.
Okay, Ron.
I'm an astronomer. I'm up at night anyway. If I choose to do any observing and stuff, it's out of the time I would sleep.
Yeah.
You know?
See, Ron's retired, so he's got all the time in the world. So
Yeah, and my wife's gone this weekend, so we're just playing all weekend.
No, that's good.
Well, you know, the fact is, you know, yeah, I'm a night owl, but I have to work in the morning. So,
Yeah.
you know, I have to. We have a service level agreement. We have to respond within 1 hour to all tickets. You know, and so.
yeah, and you have to be awake for that, I presume. So
Yes, right. I have to be awake and functional. So. And
oh,
so,
now they're just asking too much.
Right. All right.
You know, it's a good thing. That's the reason I started to do some of the stuff and showing some of the things. And, you know, either, you know, if I have enough time doing that, I'm not doing the other projects. So which one do I skimp on?
Sure.
You know,
Yeah. You got to pick your battles and prioritize your time.
And, you know, at this case, you know, do they want the new products? Okay, take your time, do CoCoTALK. Usually by time, you know, something new, somebody posts it, they, you know, it's better almost a Facebook post of the guy saying, hey, I got this case, I like it, it fits well, than me going on there and saying it. You know, the producer can say whatever they want, but it's, you know, it's the users that really matter, you know, the feedback. Okay?
Cool.
You
All
know,
right.
Because, you know, I've seen people, you know, oh, well, this is a really great thing here. It's going to look really nice. And, you know, I look at it and it's like, okay, you know, I did enough printing, you know, I don't think they're going to be able to print it. You know, things like this where, you know, it looks really messed up on the print because you know, you'd have to do a plastic with a sacrificial layer that dissolves out to get that on a filament printer. But yeah, that'll print on a resin printer. So you got to pick your battles. You got to do it, and you know, and get it right. And that's the thing, you know.
So you can have a sale on some of these messed up things.
Yeah, he actually does. At CoCo Fest, he sells blemished versions of some of the stuff, you know, for a little bit less money. Yeah.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, if it's close enough, it looks like it. You know, it's a little thing. I'll sell those, but I don't sell those without the person seeing it.
Yeah. Okay,
Again,
let's do this. Let's move on to we got a lot of people here, and I want to thank you, John, for all of that, and letting us see that. It's always great to get these teases of what's to come, and that's good.
And yeah, that's why I offered to quit sooner.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Well, we kept egging you on. That's fine. Not your fault, but I do want to now put a pin in that one because I think Eric Canales also said he had an update, and I don't remember if you were short
Mark
on time.
Oberhoser did too.
Yeah, a few other people did. So, anybody who's short on time who has an update, you want to go ahead and jump in right now? Eric, did you have something you wanted to?
Yeah. I've got a few things I picked up in the last couple of weeks from BCF and Tandy Assembly. I got, of course, my hat from Tandy Assembly.
Nice.
I picked up a few books as I was out and about. I think this one is pretty good.
Through Common Sense.
Yeah.
And if you don't have common sense, what do you do?
then you get this book and you figure out some common sense.
You just went silent on us, Eric.
Yeah, you just got muted.
I must have hit a button.
Yeah.
I've got this Advanced Computer Programs in BASIC.
Okay,
Is,
cool.
Your regular
And
basic.
that's probably not machine specific, right? That's not for
Yeah.
a TRS-80 or anything else, right?
Yeah, it's just a general basic handbook.
Yeah.
I managed to find on eBay a really cheap copy of Coronis Rip.
Oh, neat. Is that still sealed? It looks shiny. Has it got the shrink?
Sealed. $30
Nice. Coronis Rift.
for the CoCo 3.
Is Coronis Rift related to the Oculus Rift by any chance? Like a virtual reality thing.
Judging by the picture on the back cover there with the guy with glasses on, it could be.
Yeah, it looks like it's kind of funny, right?
Yeah, it's got a
Foreshadowing.
pretty sweet headset. I got a copy of Ghana Buana.
Ghana Buana.
Nice.
Yeah. I'll have to get my speech and sound pack working for that one. I think the last one I had was finally got my own copy of.
Nice. Dungeons of Daggerath, yeah. I actually
I
have
added up-
2 of those that are sealed in plastic still in the cardboard box that I'd gotten from Cloud9 a couple of CoCo Fests ago.
Oh, you're gonna
Hey,
be
Eric?
in there.
Yeah.
Do you have a manual for Dungeons?
No.
I think I have 3 manuals now. Yes, I do.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll have to pick one up.
And I only have 1 cartridge, so
Okay. Yeah, I'll pick one up from you next time I see you.
no problem.
Awesome.
Hey, Eric, is your CoCo set up to go online behind you there?
Well, this is my CoCo 1. My CoCo 3 was in the shop. I had a 6309 put in it. I took the badge off of it. I'm going to put the 2 meg badge on it. I've also got a 2 meg board coming in the mail here pretty soon. So this is just a placeholder for my CoCo 3, really. And I do have it online. I have it connected to DriveWire here in front of me.
Is that what the cable coming out of the multi-packs for?
Well, I can do DriveWire through the RS-232 pack. I actually have a switch box for my RS-232 pack right there.
Wow, he's just showing off now.
Yeah, it allows me
Oh,
to
this is good.
my serial mouse or the DriveWire cable.
What's the benefit of doing DriveWire through the RS-232? Is it faster, I guess?
Faster, but I guess I primarily want it for BBS communication because the DriveWire is a bit slower, I think. So.
The RS-232 is full. That's a full hardware, the real deal versus the Bitbanger, right? Yeah.
That has the 6551 from MOS Technologies.
So it has a UART, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, it's a real UART.
You get 115K
Kind of a buggy
serial.
UART, but it's got a real UART, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Lots of
and
bugs. Yeah, we'll do
and then there
150.
was one more thing I got at Tandy Assembly. I got a 486 TDT-1, which was a Tandy computer that they had in all the Radio Shack stores, or many of them, I guess. So this is the motherboard out of it. I was working on it, replacing the Dallas chip. I've socketed that, and I'm just waiting for a Dallas chip to come in the mail.
What is the Dallas chip? Is that the real-time clock?
That's the real-time clock with the built-in.
With the battery, yeah.
Yeah.
What's the case look like?
Standard 486 case. It's got 3 drive bays and a floppy drive. It's got 2 hard drive positions.
Terry Steen just jumped in and says, "Hey, sorry I missed for the past 3 weeks. I've formatted my PC, installed Windows 3.0, and the updates just finished. Wink." It's got 40 years worth of updates.
All the way up to Windows 10.
Welcome back, Terry. Terry Steen, for those of you who don't know, author of Balloon Fire and Gray Lady. Now that's cool, Eric. What else is cooking? You know what I should do? How much are you pressed for time?
Me? No.
No. Is anybody here pressed for time?
Nope.
Okay, because we've been going for an hour and 20 minutes and we're still on updates and acquisitions, and that's fine. That's not a bad thing, but maybe we should take a commercial break. What I was thinking, Eric, because I don't know how well you've seen it too, but I've got an acquisition that I acquired for you. You know what I'm going to do? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. When it's my turn to do show and tell, I'm actually going to probably join Zoom from my mobile phone, and I'll walk around the house because I've got my house is in disarray right now. But I wanted to show off this stack of Laserdisc players I got for you because you probably haven't really seen them that much either. So
No, just a couple of those pictures on mine.
Yeah. Okay, so how about we do that? We're going to do this, though. We're going to take a commercial break. We're going to come back. We've got new CoCo thoughts from Samuel Gimes that we're going to play. We've got some commercials to play. I'm going to start off by thanking our patron sponsors, and then we'll take a commercial break. Let's decide what commercial we want to run right now. What commercial have I not run in a while? I know last week you guys ran Nightmare Highway and System Hacked. I don't think, you know what we're going to do? I don't think we've run a switcheroo cable in a while. So we're going to thank our patrons. We'll watch a brand new exclusive CoCo Thoughts. We'll see a switcheroo commercial, and then we'll be back after these words. So everybody here is good on time. Nobody's got a hard out or a quick exit or anything like that. Everybody's good so far? Yes? Good. Okay. All right. Here we go. Okay, so why don't we start by thanking our patrons, the real sponsors of our show, who help cover the vast expenses of this quality programming and production, brought to you by viewers like you, like Al Hartman and Alan Huffman and Blair Ledoux and Brendan Donahue and his CoCo VGA project, and Brian Joyce and Brian Weasler and DeBruce Moore, who's brought us such projects as Forest of Doom, CoCo Forever, and System Hacked. Our good friend across the pond, Davey Mitchell, and Diego, and Disney Saints fan Eric Canales himself, and Fedor Stamen, Grant Leedy, Jason Downs, Jenna Ferrin of The Ripened Peach, and Ken Reichert of CanMakeIt.com, Kyle Etter, Malfunct, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Richard Lorbieski and BoySonTech.com, Rob Ianman, Steve Bjork, Terry Steen, Terry Steggy, and TheTandyShack.com, The Backyard Shed Gang, and Tom C. and Tom S. And now a world debut of CoCo Thoughts number 10.
And now, CoCo Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. I know there was life before the CoCo SDC, but there was also life before indoor plumbing, modern dentistry, and antibiotics.
Hey, this is Bruce Moore, author of Forest of Doom, and you're watching the original gamer, Stevie Stroke.
Only the bravest souls enter. Only the most cunning return. Defeat innumerable monsters to ransom the king's scepter, stolen by the evil wizard. Your sword, shield, and wits are your only allies. Pray you find a magical inn as your only respite in the forest of doom.
For the Tandy Color Computer 1, 2, and 3.
November 2017, if you dare.
It's a Radio Shack Merry Christmas.
Oh, I remember that Christmas. Dad gave me my first shortwave radio from Radio Shack. What memories. This Christmas, we got our son's Color Computer 3 from Radio Shack. It hooks right up to our TV and was on sale for less than $130. The Color Computer 3 makes learning fun. Jimmy even lets me use it for word process when he isn't playing computer games. Lucky I still got my shortwave.
Save $70 on the sale-priced Color Computer 3, only at Radio Shack.
Hi, it's Ron Delvo, Timberman, and this is CoCoTALK.
In a world where RGB produces black and white video, one cable can make a difference.
switcheroo. CoCo3ScartCable.com.
Some people have big plans after school. You know what Elliot's going to do? Jeff, too. Elliot's at work on a book report using Scripted on Radio Shack's Color Computer 3. It hooks up to his TV. And Jeff's at his Radio Shack Color Computer 3 playing the newest football game. But wait, what's Elliot doing playing new Super Pitfall? And Jeff's having a blast with a new math tutor. You never know what you might try with more than 100 programs for fun and learning. Radio Shack's Color Computer 3 comes with everything you see here. Other items each sold separately. Only at Radio Shack.
We now return you to CoCoTALK.
All right, we're back. We're live. And yeah, there's been a lot of chatter in the live chat too that has been going on. So let me just back scroll here for a minute and just go back of who's here with us live. Because the CoCoTALK is much like the Klingon dish best served cold of revenge. CoCoTALK is a dish that is best served live. So we are live, we are interactive. There are people who unfortunately have chosen to spend their time watching us live today on a Saturday when there's millions of other things they could have done.
Sorry,
yeah, and so Al Hartman's been out there, and Tom C. from Jersey, Rob Inman, and Tim Franklin, and Matchy, Mark Overholzer, Ken Reichert is out here. Who else is in the live chat? Retro Innovations, Paul Fiscarelli said, yo, how you doing? Grant Leedy out there. Nick Marentes was in the live chat. Is he on the call? Coco Man, Jason's spending his birthday. So Jason Reichert, the Coco Man, today is his birthday. And he did the right thing. Rather than wasting his birthday hanging out with us losers, he's out doing stuff in that place they call the real world. So Jason says, spending my birthday at King's Dominion. See you guys next week.
King's Dominion, the real world? I'm not
Yeah, I think it's obviously probably a theme park, right?
He's got a girlfriend too.
Yes. Explore VR. Ben Drakes is out there, and Terry Steen, author of Balloon Fire, is out there. Who else is out there? This guy Nick Marotta is out there, and there are some people watching us, or at least had popped in and out of the Facebook live feed. So this guy Fred Doofus has been there. Kevin Holloway. Nick Marionettes said hi to Fred Doofus on Facebook, and Kevin Holloway said, hey, how you doing? Carl Von Winkle says, hi, I'm here. Tony Pedraza had popped by during the stream at some point. Nick Marentes was here. Fred Doofus, Kevin Holloway, Eric Canales, Jeffrey Klug had joined at one point in time. Jason Reichert popped in. So a few people popping in to say hi to us on Facebook as well. We're here. This is a show about nothing today, so we're literally just killing time by talking about whatever random crap we can make up as we go.
What's the deal with Cocos?
Who are these people who collect these old computers? What is the deal? So Nick Marotta on the spot with the humor. So we've been just talking about what's new this week. What have we done? What are our acquisitions? We've heard from a lot of people, but who have we not heard from? We heard from Rick. DeBruce is out there. Hey, D. Bruce Moore, are you still with us, or did we put you to sleep? Crickets? All right, maybe we'll get back to DeBruce. David Ladd has joined us.
Someone must stay focused. That'd be cool.
I know Mark.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing?
That's what we missed, your ghastly enthusiasm.
Ghastly?
Entirely.
And I
Or
would
gassy.
like to divert. We were talking about the RS-232 pack and DriveWire.
Oh Christ! Now we got David started.
Exactly. And for that comment, for people that have CoCo 1 and 2s, that will allow you to use 115/200 on the CoCo 1 and 2, unlike the Bitbanger, where you're either restricted at 38/400 or 57/600. So that is the advantage there.
115K. Thank you, David. Back to you, Dave. Thank you. Yes. David Ladd has joined us. Grant Leedy. Grant, did you have anything new to share with us this week?
I think he already did, didn't he?
I don't remember. I'm see that's because
I know Mark Overholzer said he had something.
Yeah, Mark D. Overholzer. Are you still with us?
Oh yeah, it's just really small, but yeah, I do want to shout out here. Nick does a great job. I keep throwing these little things that are just right on. It's like excellent side man, right at you.
You're talking about Nick Marotta?
Yeah, Nick Marotta.
Oh, thank you.
We definitely weren't talking about Nick Marentes. He's
missing today.
Thank you very much.
I shared last week. I got a adapter. It's for the Apple. It lets you do an Atari and Super NES to the Apple, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
But also, Jason was using this particular little mic and earpiece last week at Tandy Assembly. It worked really good, so I ordered me a couple.
Okay.
It's got the mic. It's got the earpiece. Worked really good. Anyway,
Oh, and that's so he was like handing the microphone to the people so we could hear them.
Yeah, he would hold it out, and so
Yeah, that definitely worked a lot.
Yeah. So and it actually did, and I gave you guys a lot of praise, and you're still worthy of all that praise for what a great job you did bringing us the live show. But the one thing I did notice, because I was just listening to the replay, because the people talking could not hear you guys while Jason was talking to somebody, they kept talking. You guys kept trying to talk too, to ask the questions that the guy couldn't hear because he was going through Jason's earpiece. So I think my only criticism would be is that when we're doing that in the future, we might want to be a little bit more cognizant of the fact that that person speaking doesn't know we're interrupting him, and maybe let him finish and then give Jason a time to kind of volley the questions and answers back and forth. And I know we're just used to talking freely, but that was kind of one thing I noticed. But no, that was a really neat setup. And the audio quality was great, right? So the fact that he could pass the mic to that person, and because I know before when I'm doing it with the phones, we're walking around with our little phones, you're subject to a single microphone, and either it's going to hear one thing or the other, but not both. So that's great. And you just think about it in the past couple of years, because I remember my first couple of CoCo Fests, I had a laptop set up and I had a mic on a mic stand trying to get close to the action. I tried to do all this stuff to bring good audio and video, and it was just a big hot mess. I mean, hopefully it was halfway decent, but it's a lot to do, right? But when we can sit here and walk around with our phone and be completely mobile, and the cameras and everything are so great now on these phones. Just by adding a slightly better microphone to that gives you so much range of mobility and freedom to bring these events and not have to be tied down to a broadcast station.
Yeah, and now there's some new stuff coming out for some of the phones. Like I know at the iPhone announcement they mentioned there's a third party that's coming out with a thing that can actually control the front and back cameras simultaneously, so you can record both.
Oh,
if you do a split mic between the two, you can actually record the audio for both, and then when you're going to editing, you can actually pan between them at will and records both simultaneously. So you have the interviewer and the interviewee. I think that would actually work really well. I'm assuming Android is going to have something similar as well.
Yeah.
We should have a microphone with a cube of CoCoTALK on it.
Like the news, right? Yeah. That's actually really
cool,
good. Yeah, I was even thinking when Jason was talking about this, like, remember the old match game where the guy had the microphone on a really long stick and he could just kind of hand it to the...
just tie it on a selfie stick.
Yeah. So, it's kind of neat that we have this ability now to bring these live events with, just our phone in our pocket. It's really cool. So how did we get on that topic? I don't even remember. Anyways, so we talked to Rick Adams, Nick Marotta, Mark Overholzer did his update. Oh yeah, that's how we got on it. Mark was talking about he got the microphone. Bruce, are you with us? Bruce, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay. Yes, we are doing project updates and acquisitions. Do we want to talk about some stuff? And I have, I've got Discord opened up if we want to get to Joey and the CoCo. Is there anything else you want to talk about this week as far as projects you've worked on or anything else?
No, that was my singular project.
So should I go ahead and screen share the Joey and the CoCo thing?
Yeah, why not? You got them in order?
Yeah. And so what we have here, and this is, by the way, this is looking at what Discord looks like. So you hear us talking about Discord all the time, right? So in one of our...
you're behind on your messages.
Oh, yeah, right. So what's his face? Bruce Moore here has come up with these comic strips. And when I first saw him sharing it, I thought this was like something that was from an old publication. I thought maybe he found something in a Hot Cocoa or a Rainbow, and he was just like sharing those. But it turns out these are original productions from DeBruce. So this is called Joey and CoCo, and here's our first comic strip. Do you want to do the voiceover here, Bruce? Or do you want to let the audience read it themselves? Or
Well, how about you do it, Stevie?
All right. So we started. So for the, and then we have to remember this is also going to be later on an audio panel. So this is a 3-panel comic strip. This is going to be an audio podcast later. So the first panel has a time saying it back in November 1980. So there's a picture of a dad giving a present to a kid. The kid says, "Hey, Dad, is that what I think it is?" And Dad says, "It's an early Christmas present, Joey." In the second panel, Joey's anxiously unwrapping this present, and he's like, "Is it Legos?" And then in the third and final panel, he opens it up completely, and his dad responds by saying, "It's a TRS-80 color computer, and you're going to have a blast with your new math tutor." No, I just ad-libbed that. So the first 3 panels, we're introduced to Joey and his father and the fact that Joey just got a CoCo as an early Christmas present. So pretty cool, right?
And the CoCo's got some personality, because those on audio, of course, don't see it. The CoCo actually has eyes and a mouth.
He has got eyes and a little smiley
He's
face
a happy
down here.
little guy.
Yeah,
Little happy guy. Yeah.
Little happy CoCo.
So you notice the art? You notice the RF hookup there beside him?
Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Yeah. Yes, hello.
Would you like pizza?
No.
Oh, well, here we are.
Sorry about that. I got interrupted asking if I wanted pizza rolls. Yeah. So this is a cool looking. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I see that now. There's the RF box down there on the bottom. And what's that to the right? Is that a cassette recorder or is that the manual?
I don't know. I thought that might be a manual. I'm drawing this on a whiteboard with erasable markers, so it's not actually very fine tipped.
You're hand drawing these?
Yeah.
On a surface, so it's not being done digitally or electronically.
Right. Yeah. Draw it by hand and then transfer it to digital, of course.
So we are a retro show, so that's appropriate.
Yeah. Okay. So
it looks period correct.
Yes.
It does. It does. So we're introduced to Joey, and Joey got his CoCo as an early Christmas present. CoCo's got a smiley face and some eyes on it. All right. So that's comic strip number 1. Now we bring comic strip number 2. And it looks like he's got it hooked up to a TV. He's got the color computer and the OK prompt. CoCo's smiling. We can see his little smile there. And Joey says, "I got it hooked up. Now what?" His dad says, "Program it, son." The second panel, Joey's like, "Program it? I thought this thing did Pong." His dad responds with, "Write your own games." My dad used to say, "Why don't you go play in traffic, kid? Go away. You bother me." So, and then in the third and final panel in this strip, the CoCo looks at Joey and he speaks and he says, "Pong is nothing, kid." Now, we have to give the CoCo a voice. Should he have a sinister voice, or what kind of voice should the CoCo have here? You're a voice actor, Bruce.
Yeah, I haven't really.
Cue up the speech sound pack.
He's not gonna. No, he won't be
Hello.
sinister, but he'll be occasionally cynical. How's that?
Should he have like maybe a Bugs Bunny style voice? "Yeah, Pong ain't nothing, kid. I got a 6809.
Yeah, that could work.
I don't know. We'll have to figure that out. What kind of? So now, the CoCo talks to Joey. Joey's like, "Ah!" All right. So
His eyes are bugging out.
eyes are bugging out. The CoCo actually spoke. He goes, "Pong ain't nothing, kid. I got a 6809. Ooh. The plot thickens. The story unfolds. And now in our third comic strip. Now in our first panel, we have Dad talking to Joey. Dad says, "Don't be silly. Computers can't talk." And Joey's like, "But it did. It did." Now he's looking at the CoCo.
Hang on. While he's saying that, you notice the CoCo.
No, there's no face.
Eyes or mouth.
Oh, I see. Yeah, look at that. So right now the CoCo looks. So this is like one of these things where when nobody's in the room, but he won't reveal himself for witnesses, right?
Like Calvin and Hobbes.
Like Calvin and Hobbes, right? Okay. All right.
He does that too.
The CoCo tells me to do things when nobody's around, right? So, so the dad's like, "Don't be silly. Computers can't talk." And Joey's like, "But it did. It did." As soon as Dad leaves, now the CoCo's got his face back, and he's looking at Joey. Joey's looking at him, and the final
They're both kind of frowning at each other.
Yeah, and then finally the CoCo says, "It's better he doesn't know." All right, so CoCo doesn't want Joey's dad to know that CoCo can talk. All right, so there we have it. So that's the latest project from DeBruce, D. Bruce Moore, Joey and CoCo. 3 new comic strips and hopefully a series that will continue.
So Bruce, what inspired you to start up a comic strip? Just out of curiosity, was it
Well,
based on like
yeah.
CoCoCat in the old days, or just something that came up? Or
Right. Well, of course I remember the CoCoCat, but I don't remember much. I just remember him kind of bouncing around the screen, and I don't remember him doing anything. But I happened to read an article.
because they had strips in Rainbow of the CoCoCat for a while, kind of the 3-panel
Right.
style. Yeah.
Yeah, right. And I don't remember that much about them, but I guess what inspired me is I saw a link. So whatever happened to the guy who did Calvin and Hobbes? So I watched it. It was the morning, and I had the day off, and I just, as I watched it, I went, well, wouldn't it be cool if, like, as a kid, what if the CoCo was talking to you interactive like that? And all sorts of interesting. There's so many interesting scenarios that could come out of some fun little comic strip like that. Like, I could play up the rivalry between the C64 and the CoCo. There could be talk of copying games. Or I don't know, trying to, kid, why don't you get a paper route already and get me a cassette recorder? I don't know. Like, there's all sorts of funny things.
Yeah, it is interesting.
Yeah, it just felt like something. Yeah, it's something like, well, I don't think anybody's done this, and I'm feeling kind of creative like that. So I did those 3 in one day, and I think it sort of set the tone. And now I'll just kind of ease into some storylines, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, you could even have CoCoCat guest star and try to fall asleep on the keyboard, and the CoCo gets mad because it's smothering him, and
I could shock him,
boots him off.
Well, I got to say, Bruce, you have always been kind of a pioneer in creative media in the CoCo space, like with the Forest of Doom and the book, which was kind of the strategy guide, and then the CoCo Forever.
You buy the book, and then you get to download the game.
Yeah.
And weirdness.
CoCo
I have to
Forever,
say,
which
I don't
has
mean this as a bad thing, but you always think outside of the box. Like you're thinking in ways beyond what most of us tend to think at.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think that's bad at all.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're getting David excited. We talked about RS-232 and TTL and DriveWire, so David's really excited.
16 slot MPIs.
Yeah.
DriveWire.
Yeah, so that's really cool. It's really cool. It's going to be interesting to see where that goes, right?
I'm wondering where I should primarily have it show up, and I'm just kind of wondering about that. Maybe you guys got some ideas, because of course if I'm putting out one every once in a while, I guess I got to count on people not seeing previous ones, so they have to be internally consistent. But I definitely want to do a storyline.
You need to have the kid take his CoCo to school.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, you can just do it on your website, right? It could be like a blog post each time you have a new strip.
I mean, most comic strips do allow you to go back, like if they have their own homepage stuff, but then you can post them on Facebook, weekly or whatever frequency you do them at, to kind of introduce people that it exists, and then say, if you want to see the previous strips, head over to my page.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I like that idea.
Oh, hey, just got a suggestion here from Explorer VR. Ben Drake goes, maybe the kid could visit a British relative who has a dragon, and the dragon could talk to him too.
Oh yeah, I had that. Yeah, with a stiff upper lip accent. Yeah, I definitely thought about the whole dragon.
Hey, mate.
Visiting.
I've got a real keyboard.
The neighbor boy could come over with his Sinclair.
His Sinclair.
Yeah.
He can meet the MC-10 on the window, and that'd be good.
Yeah, there are a lot of, and then I don't know, maybe I could throw some other. Well, Calvin, he's always speaking way beyond his years at times about really big, significant things. Maybe there could throw some of that in there. It'd be kind of interesting, maybe. But
that was Bill Watterson's secret why that was such a great strip, because it appealed to all intellectual levels.
Yeah.
And age levels. Yeah.
Right. You could have something like, he gets a floppy in the mail. It's from Samuel Gimes.
Uncle Samuel, or what if the dad is JT? I've got JT, the early years, right?
Yeah, before he was shot in the face.
Well, actually, if you look at if you look at the dad, I just realized after drawing the dad a couple times that if you were to put his hair, like right now he doesn't have much hair, but if you were to put his hair spiky straight up, kind of like a plume, he looked just like Bert.
Oh yeah, let me
I
go.
thought about, so I thought about Uncle Ernie coming to visit at some point.
Yeah, here he is. So he's just got kind of the hair just kind of straight up and down right now, but it could be spikier. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when does this take place too? Is this back in the day? Or
November 1980.
So it says on the first strip there.
Yeah, so the CoCo came out July, well, I guess
Announced,
for the fall of 1980. Yeah, announced. So so hopefully I got that right. I imagine something could have shipped in November, but
Yeah, no, they were shipping by then. They were shipping by then.
Okay, yeah.
Joey
pretty-
and CoCo.
Pretty soon they'll be getting a disc drive.
Well, yeah, let's hope. And I think there might be some. I think we might do, because I like time travel, right? So I think we might do some time travel back and forth where it's like, Joey now, and then he, maybe he's just remembering. Maybe that's how I should do it. Maybe this whole thing is a flashback.
Now, imagine if you could go back in time and talk to your color computer.
Knowing what I do now.
Knowing what I know.
His dad would have a walker.
Yeah.
Joey and
Anyway,
CoCo.
yeah, that was fun. Joey and CoCo. Yeah, that was
That's
some
cool.
fun. And I'll try and create some more old school fun.
Absolutely. And if there's enough of them, you could maybe even have a limited edition print of a book. Kind of like the Far Side started off as comic strips, and eventually you got the Far Side galleries. The Gary Larson stuff. So we might get to
the Garfield books.
Yeah. So we might get to a point where we've got the Joey and CoCo Gallery Volume 1. So.
Well, what part of what got me going on this is when I was 7 or 8 or maybe 9, I used to do comic strips all the time. It was always Snoopy flying his doghouse around like the Red Baron, and I filled like 2 scribblers full of these comics, and they're like, I wish they were still around. But that's the last time I did something like that. And I loved it back then. I thought I just want to do that again.
Yeah, no, that's cool. That is definitely cool.
To find out Snoopy has a CoCo in his little doghouse, that'd be cool.
All right, has everybody done their update? Because then maybe I know I can do my update. Have we all done our project updates and acquisitions? Everyone? Yeah. All right, well, let me show you off my first one right now. Now, Ron Delvaux, I think I showed this recently, the last time I was on, but you had left right before at the end of the show.
Okay.
One of my acquisitions, I was at the Halloween store recently, and it turns out they actually have Ron Delvaux costumes. You see that?
Very nice.
You like that? So
Yeah.
actually, what I can do too is I can try this on live on the air. So I might dress up as Ron Delvaux for Christmas or for Halloween. So.
All right. I am honored.
You know what they say? This is the sincerest form of flattery,
It
Ron.
is. All right.
All right, so here we go. So I'm gonna
All right.
I'm gonna finish up the rest of the show in character as Ron Delvaux. So this thing
And it solves your echoing problem too, so we have to keep it on the rest of the time.
This is itchy as hell. How do you deal with this, Ron? So apparently, if you would like to be Ron Delvaux for Halloween, you can. They are this costume is available at a Halloween store
maybe
near
for
you.
Christmas we could all wear a white one.
You gotta bring those to CoCo Fest. We can buy some.
Yeah, right. You could
Maybe get
autograph
a big
them.
group photo of us, against the Dynamos or something.
They even had like the flannel shirts too. I could have got the flannel shirt to go with this.
We need a big poster like Dino Wars, except with Timberman on it instead. We'll have to talk with Paul about that.
Yeah,
We
right.
can have all of us in costume there right in front.
CoCo Fest turns into Ron's garage.
Okay, so that's my first update. Now, the next thing I'm going to try to do, and I've never done this before, so this is a CoCoTALK first, and if it goes horribly wrong, it'll be a CoCoTALK last. But we're going to try an Inception thing here. I'm going to try to join the show from my phone, so I can give you a tour of a few things I have going on in my office and in my house right now. All right, so I've just joined. Let me turn on device
Are
audio.
you going to tell us that you got a Macintosh aquarium?
And no. Hold on. Holy shit. Okay. I had to just mute that. Okay, I'm gonna have to mute my microphone now. All right, so can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Now how do I switch to camera? How do I do this? Is there a button on Zoom to make it switch your camera? Oh, here it is. It's this little thing here with the little swirly thing. All right, so can you guys see this now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me do this.
It's just you might want to zoom the screen up though, because it's just showing up as a little thing in the corner.
I'm going to spotlight this. Okay, so first thing is, let me turn that down, and let me bring you guys up where I can hear you guys again. Can you guys hear me?
Screen.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Got cool posters.
So first off, this is a show within the show, right? So this
where the
is
magic happens.
Yeah. Well, now we've got an infinity window here. So one of the reasons why I sound like I'm echoing is that I've actually completely gutted my office right now. There's nothing in here. This thing had bookshelves and it had all kinds of stuff and
no color computers.
Yeah. So the only thing that's really set up right now are these temporary tables of just the computer for me to do the show today. I've ordered a new like 8-foot wooden table to go in here and stuff. So this is kind of a temporary setup, but I want to redo the whole office because it's just been a hot mess, in here. So I'm trying to do that. Now I need to kind of, what I'm going to do here real quick again. How do I switch cameras? Here we go.
Is it on your door? Is that soundproofing?
Yeah, it's got some stuff to make it less, whatever. It's really meant to block out the sound from my house.
Are we going to take a potty break here?
You want a second? I'm going to just give you a tour of everything that's no longer in my office. All right. So here's a bunch of crap that was on top of bookshelves. Right? There's tons of crap, right? More crap, right? So this CoCos and ColecoVisions and crap and all kinds of crap. I've set up this staging area here. I mean, this is how much crap I've got. All right, there's my Apple, there's a CoCo, there's a CoCo 3, there's an Atari, an MSX. I mean, this is just all the crap I had in that office. It's insane, right?
And this is after you sold some bits off.
Yeah, I sold off basically one full CoCo setup. So, I mean, these were the bookcases that I had two of these bookcases just stacked with books and stuff. And I have all this crap that was either on a shelf or something. Some MC10s. I mean, all this crap here that's down here in boxes. More crap over here. I mean, the amount of crap I had was just insane.
Crap when you got it.
But the problem is if you look at the size of this room, it's so damn small that the room was just ridiculous. It was out of control, and it just got to the point where I was like, you know what? I just want to vomit every time I walk in here because it's so disgustingly full of crap.
Does your wife know you're taking over the living room then?
Well, she actually helped me get everything out.
Wow.
So because we're gutting the room. Anyways, I'm gonna hang up on this Zoom call now and get back to the thing. But wait a second, one more thing. Eric Canales, I wanted to show you the is Eric still here?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, I'm here.
So another thing I did for project updates and acquisitions was I'm walking through the laundry room right now. Is Eric found a guy. Let me switch my camera around again. All right, so Eric found a guy that had laser disc players that he was getting rid of in a warehouse. This is the back of them. This is a stack. These things were so big I could only get like 8 of them in here, and they're in my garage.
Yeah, he had a lot more, I think.
He had like 6 boxes of these things, so there was like 30 some odd of these laser disc players. I'm not sure how well we're going to be able to see this, but it is. What's the brand name?
These are Pioneers.
It's a Pioneer laser disc player. And they're freaking huge, man. Look how big this damn thing is compared to my hand.
Yeah, these are the top loaders. You might have seen them at CoCo Fest. Was it last year? And I think Jim Brain has that player now. These are similar, although slightly different models.
12
How do you put the disc in?
12-inch discs. They come in the top. The top opens up
player.
electronically. You can't.
Oh, electronically, so I can't do it now.
Right. So, and
like a record player.
You put it in like a record player. You shut the lid, and then it starts spinning.
All right. And then in the back, it's got, looks like mostly analog output. So analog output for the stereo, some.
Yep, there's no digital audio, although Laserdisc supports digital audio. It does have computer controlled input and output, right? It's got like a serial.
Yeah, so it looks like a little headphone.
Yeah. So you can program these with a computer of some kind to play and pause and skip around. So if you had a copy of Dragon's Lair, you could hook up a computer to run
to make it pause or skip tracks or whatever.
Yeah.
February '84.
Yep. So that's your acquisition there, Eric Canales. Yep. I'm not sure how we're going to get that to you.
Yep. So hopefully you can find room. That'd be good. And then what I'll probably do is clean them up and promote it out.
Yeah.
Did they say they were working condition?
Who knows? They were in a freaking warehouse.
They were in a warehouse, but they came out of some kind of a business, some kind of a jukebox or karaoke type of setup. So there's no reason to think they wouldn't work.
All right, so I'm going to hang up on the Zoom call here, but here we go. This is behind the scenes of CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring a handy color computer.
You're viewing the control room.
And we always liked viewing the control room.
All right, sorry, I'm back. You guys there?
Yep.
Loud and clear.
That's cool.
But yeah, so rather than me having an acquisition this week, I sold off some spare stuff I had because I have, like you've seen, I've got way too much stuff at this point. I have what some people might call a problem. And so I sold a CoCo 2 with a floppy drive and controller and CoCo SDC. I gave him a Canyon Climber cartridge. I have so many manuals. I gave him a Getting Started with Basic and Extended Color Basic, a Disc Basic manual. So one of the guys at my Florida Retro Club. So he for his first CoCo, he's got a nice setup, right? A fully loaded 64K CoCo 2 in the box, a couple of Black Beauty joysticks in the box. So I mean, I've got so much crap, you know. So I did not acquire anything. I actually lightened my load, and I'm also trying to, I'm trying to declutter my office and downsize and have less things in here. Terry Steen says they're only 35 years old. They should work like new. No problem.
That's right. Well, the one I had that I gave that Jim Brain bought at auction, same year, 1984, and it works like it was brand new.
Yeah.
I mean, they're $5,000 players. They were built to last forever.
Yeah, it's hard to believe. I got a Laserdisc player when they were on their way out. So they'd already been discontinued. They were no longer like on the market. And, I bought like a floor model from a BrandSmart USA. And even back then in like the late 80s or early 90s, I think I paid $200 for a floor model, which I thought was a pretty good deal. And of course, this was before DVDs were really a thing that anybody really knew about or could afford. And so it was kind of cool. And I used to collect, widescreen movies. Again, all the things we take for granted now, but it used to be on VHS. Everything was 4:3, So whenever I could find something in letterbox, I always liked that, right? So I was looking for laser discs that were letterbox. I probably still have them somewhere, but I had like the Terminator 2 director's cut. And the discs were so big and you had to flip them over. You couldn't even watch the whole movie without flipping the disc over and stuff. So there was something really interesting about the Laserdisc. It was just one of these things. It was a drop in time of this technology. I'm not sure how many people had them, because they weren't cheap, especially when they were new. It wasn't like everybody had a VHS eventually. But I don't think everybody had a Laserdisc player.
Was this better video than VHS?
Yes.
Yeah, it's about the same as a DVD. Although it's a composite instead of digital.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, Terry Steen says, I'm bringing a pile of CoCos to the next CoCo Fest if anybody wants to buy some. Okay. There you go. Cool. So there you go. There's your peek, Eric, at some acquisitions I have for you. And Mark Overhoser, I got as far as putting your books in a box as I gutted out my office. So they're in a box and they're on my dining room table ready to ship.
No panic.
So, Cool. All right. Well, hey, it's a great show, everybody. We'll see you all next week. Don't forget to tune in, same time, same channel, for another exciting episode of Look at All the Crap Steve's Got in His House. Can you believe it's going on 2 hours? We've literally had no show today, and it's been almost 2 hours of no show.
We haven't had news yet, have we?
We have not had news. We're going to do some news right. If L. Curtis Boyle is ready for news.
Yep. Did you want to do a commercial break first?
We can. No, I have.
Did you want to go straight into it?
No, we can take another commercial break.
That wasn't a hint. I was just asking.
No. We can, and then we'll do some news. I have many new CoCo thoughts, but I don't want to oversaturate the market.
One per episode.
Yeah, one per episode. So we've got more CoCo thoughts to come on future episodes. So Samuel Gimes has been hard at work. Thank you, Samuel. I don't know why I always go to this commercial, but I just feel like we can't have an episode of CoCo Talk without playing the CoCo Do and Fletcher 2-for-1 commercial break. This is a tradition. So we're gonna go ahead and do that now. We're gonna pause with some CoCo Do and some Wallaby and some Fletcher. She will go far, and we'll return after these words.
Hi, this is Curtis Boyle, part of the CoCoTALK crew of people.
Hey everybody, this is Bill Noble, co-author of Nitrous 9. You are listening to CoCoTALK Live, the leading live CoCo Talk show.
Good day, mates. This is Nick Marionettes, author of such color computer titles as Donut Disaster, Rupert Rhymes, and Rockstar Pilot. And I am here today to tell you about the world's most fabulous operating system, OS 9. OS 9 and its current incarnation Nitrous 9 is the most advanced operating system ever created. And what makes it so good? Ease of use. I find OS 9 so incredibly intuitive that I haven't once cracked open the user manual, and yet I've been able to create such incredible games faster than the time it takes to sing Waltzing Matilda. Using OS 9, I expect my next game, Funstar, will be done this weekend and distributed exclusively on ROM cartridge. OS 9 forever.
Any resemblance to actual events to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
Radio Shack has a great gift idea for the whole family. Fast action TV games, and they're on sale. Get this 6-game model for $29.95 or the 4-game model for $21.95. With rising entertainment costs, that's a real bargain. You play hockey, tennis, squash, and more. Easy to hook up and great family fun that lasts all year long. The sale price TV games. Only at Radio Shack, a Tandy company.
Hi there, this is Mark Overholzer, and you're watching CoCoTALK, the world's leading weekly talk show where you can join in. Hey, come watch us and see what's happening in the world of Coco.
CoCoTALK is brought to you in part by Placeblex Dietary Supplement. Placeblex. We think it works, so will you.
CoCo2, c'est le coq champignon, des micros et dans le pion. Pour le jeu, il est pas battable, les études, c'est pas disable. L'expansion, il a ça, les commandes, tu vas ça. Notre Coco est contrôlable, pour tes cours, c'est bien serviable. CoCo2 de Radio Shack, ton affaire est dans le sac.
Un ordinateur couleur qui a de la personnalité. Le CoCo2 de Radio Shack. On solde pour Noël à partir de $149,95.
CoCo2 de Radio Shack, ton affaire est dans le sac. C'est toi et CoCo2.
Hello, this is Grant Leedy with CoCoTALK. Got your CoCo 3 yet?
From the makers of the Switcheroo. Wallaby cable, Color Computer 3 dual RGB cable. Get yours today at cocoman.biz.
Fletcher, I don't need that report tomorrow.
Great, JT.
I need it tonight.
But JT...
Fletcher saved $300 on her office away from the office. Radio Shack's revolutionary Model 100 computer. It's a word processor, phone directory, and dialer. It even communicates with the office computer.
Fletcher, how's that report? Fletcher.
Radio Shack's Model 100. Save $300 and put it to work.
You'll go far, Fletcher. You'll go far.
We now return you to CoCoTALK.
See, there's someone else you have to track down, Ron.
All right, we are.
Answers.
Yeah, we are
Go
back from our break. We are about ready to switch over to some news with L. Curtis Boyle, our foreign correspondent and overall news anchor. So I don't have the soundboard working, and let me just switch over. Why is my okay? Here we go. News is now pointing to Curtis. So Curtis, whenever you're ready to share your screen, take it away. And let us know what's new and exciting this week in the world of retro.
Are you seeing it?
We see it.
Okay. Number one, this was an announcement done by Ed Snyder. He announced that him and Gary Becker will continue to collaborate after the Gimme X project is done, which a lot of us are excited about. And this is working on a full-blown CoCo 4 or 3 Plus or whatever you want to call it. So basically it's, as he mentions on the specs here, a real Silicon 639 clocked at 5 megahertz or faster.
Wow.
A 68K soft-core CPU at 20 megahertz or faster. That's a 68000, so a full 16-bit chip. 8 meg or more of fast S static RAM. 24-bit RGB color palette to pick from. 16-bit stereo sound. VGA, 15 kilohertz RGB, S video, and composite video out, all combined.
Wow.
And other features they'll be planning to add later, too. And the discussion of going back and forth of what things and people want and other things that Ed's been thinking about, I can't go through it all here because there's literally 210 comments on this already on Facebook. And he's got proposed cases for it. It's going to have 2 slots of a built-in MPI in it and a whole bunch of stuff. So very interesting thread to follow. It looks like he's taken suggestions or at least given some consideration to them, answering a lot of questions that people have had on the project. And I mean, we haven't even seen the Gimme X yet, and he's already that far ahead on the next project. So.
Wow.
But there's just a ton of stuff and some pretty excited people, as you can see there.
Yes. Yeah.
I can't remember if I could find one of his case. Here's one of his possible logos for it, the next generation, CoCo NG, instead of calling it a CoCo 3
Sure,
Plus or 4.
NG, next generation. I like that. It's using the Star Trek font and everything, too. That's cool.
Yeah. Anyway, there's a whole ton of discussion going on, still ongoing. I mean, it's getting added to every day, so just monitor that thread, basically.
Okay, very cool.
Okay, next up, Todd Wallace, Lord Dragon on Discord. He started implementing the copying of files on his disk utility that we've demonstrated a few times the last while. And this will allow you to copy files between Disk Basic and OS 9 back and forth, too. And he's got a little sample screen here. I'll see if I can zoom that up a bit. So here he's copying, from one to the other. And when he's copying to the RSDOS near the bottom of that screenshot, you can see you get to pick.
Okay, basic data, machine language, text, ASCII, or binary.
Yeah.
Hope everything turns out okay for you.
Yeah, because that's not a very enforced, I guess, on this basic. So I mean, you basically could assign the wrong thing and then it won't load properly. You might save a tokenized basic program, but just set the ASCII flag. Well, then it's going to try to load as ASCII and it'll screw up. So you have to be kind of careful on it. So his utility's coming along. I think we showed color. He's got some color built in there for doing direct subdirectories and stuff last time, and now he's actually getting the file copying. It's going to be quite a nice little utility, actually, to copy things back and forth.
Cool.
Next up, Sheldon McDonald showed off a prototype mini game controller for the CoCo, which is smaller than a Black Beauty joystick, which you can see on the second photo here, side by side. So that makes for an interesting game controller and very compact. So that'd be interesting to actually try one of these out. I don't know if he's going to make CoCo Fest or not, but hopefully he can, and it would be great for just getting a demonstration, trying the thing out.
So the joystick part is the black button. You just move your thumb over it.
I have no idea how that works.
Yeah, it looks like it's got 2 buttons because in the comments it said this would be good for a game like Downland, but I don't see where your up and down is.
It's that round circle. You just push it up and down. Or
I see. So the thumb pad is the stick.
It's a rocker.
It's a rocker stick. I thought that was the actual fire button. I see. So the joystick is like a thumbstick on the left, and then you've got your 2 fire buttons, your blue and green.
Yeah, so it'll be similar to like a 3DS or a
Okay, so yeah, kind of like maybe a D-pad though. I'm wondering if it's digital, it says, or if it's more analog where it's got some loose movement.
I think it's.
It looks like an analog controller. It looks like something off of a 3DS or a PSP.
Okay.
Where it moves left and right, up and down in 360 degrees.
Okay.
But it doesn't like twist. It just moves left, right, up and down.
Okay.
Is that going to have a cost or anything?
I mean, it probably will eventually, but right now that was just a prototype he made. So, but it's an interesting project.
Yeah, it looks neat. It
Looks
looks
nice and compact. So if you want to bring a controller to CoCo Fest that will have joysticks and stuff, these little tiny things will fit in your suitcase.
I wonder if they light up. That would be cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of shaped like the kind of the clamshell joystick controller of like the Sega Genesis style thing too, you know. So it's got kind of a neat little vintage controller look to it.
Yep. Next up, Jim Gary, as usual, has been busy. And this one, he's actually had multiple updates too. He's been fixing bugs in it and trying to optimize it to run faster. But basically, right now, he's porting a Calibeth, which is, in my case, it was the very first Dungeons & Dragons graphical style game I played on any computer, and it came out in 1979 on the Apple II, written in BASIC. So he's using the MCX expansion on the MC10 to get the higher res graphics, basically PMO 2 equivalent. So he's got videos of it. He's also got a blog kind of explaining he's going through his debugging and stuff and trying to figure out what he has to fix. I'll just play a little bit of it here. I don't know. Have you played a Calibeth there?
No.
Stevie?
No, never heard of it.
Because when they released the original Ultima compilation, they did all the old games, the old versions like Ultima 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the predecessor to Ultima 1.
I've tried it a few times.
I'm not sure what we're looking at here.
What's the object?
This is the outside map. So he's just about to enter a dungeon. That little cross thing is a city. And it was written in BASIC. It was slow in the old days, but having a graphical adventure game based on
okay.
D&D
Now
was...
this looks good. Skeleton. Oh, that looks really good.
And he's using the exact same shapes because it's a port of the original Apple II one. So except for the Apple II being higher res than this is exactly what it looked like.
Okay, this looks like Dungeons of frickin' Daggereth, man. It's not quite as fast, but it's yeah, that's neat.
Yeah, it's pretty good. And it definitely brought back some memories because, like I said, I played like Zork and Colossal Cave. And
well,
that
that's
stuff.
funny because I remember Jim posting a message saying, "Does anybody know any routines to put text on a graphics display?" And he had posted out a call for that. And I was thinking if I ever had time, because sometimes I skim things on my phone, but I'm never back at my computer. I was going to give him my font routine. I'm not sure how what it translated to PMO 2, but I'm glad he got this. So in this, whatever he got, what looks like it's working well.
So he had to make that font up completely, right?
Yeah. On the original Apple II, the Apple II had two high-res modes, HDR and HDR2. HDR2 was basically just a 280 by 192 graphics screen. HDR did 280 by 160. Is that right, Mark?
Is that the one that had like the four lines of text on the bottom?
Yeah, 4 lines of text on the bottom.
Yeah.
So the original Apple II version left the text mode on the bottom, so it could just print text as regular text was fast. Of course, we don't have that on the MC10 or on the CoCo, so that has to be drawn with graphics commands. But it's a real cool port, and it's like I said, it was the very first graphical Dungeons & Dragons game I played on anything ever. So to me, this has a lot of nostalgia for me. And just seeing the exact same shapes that I played back in the Apple II in the day, like 1980, that was pretty awesome.
Yeah.
And here's his blog. So he's got to go here. You can see a couple of the other. Like he's got a treasure chest in the upper left corner. He's got a giant rat in the upper right. He's got the.
He's doing this for Retro Challenge too. That's cool.
Yeah. Little gremlin. I think the gremlin and the thief, I remember, both would steal stuff off you, so you had to worry about that. It's actually, given the fact it was a basic program that did the whole thing, and it was quite an advanced game for the time. And like I said, it started the Ultima series. This was the start of Lord British and Richard Garriott. So. And he was a high schooler. I think he was 16 or 17 when he wrote this.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty young.
Sold in Ziploc bags.
Wow. The seal in the freshness of how awesome it is.
And here's the Balrog, which actually is kind of duplicated in Dagerath as one of the big monsters on the later levels too.
Neat. Can you click on that to make it any bigger? Is it possible? No, unfortunately it's not. Okay.
Looks like their actual size.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Balrog.
He's got a scepter and a book.
Yeah, I don't know why, but I kept pronouncing this one backwards when I was playing Bruce's game. I was calling it the Barlog. So I guess I'm getting
You're
dyslexic.
just thinking of having drinks. That's all that's going on.
Yeah, I guess that's a word that plays well to my dyslexia. So.
Okay. Anyway, it's a really interesting project. He's still kind of working on it, getting rid of the bugs and stuff. He's tracked a few down over the last while. So I think he's on his 10th or 11th internal testing release at this point. So I don't know if it's finalized yet. And this one, our very own Matchy from the chat, who's actually in YouTube chat, and I wish he could join in to give some details on this. He did a couple of tessellation terrain map demos here. He does some CoCo 1 and 2 stuff early on, and then he switches over to CoCo 3. Now, from my understanding, these are sped up literally thousands of times what they run on the real CoCo, so this is not the speed you can expect on the real thing. But it's a way of drawing 3D terrains with shading for the height and depth of terrain. So here he's doing a semi-graphics CoCo 1 and 2 one.
Okay.
Then he's doing a low-res like P-mode.
Man, that's really fast. Is that the actual speed on the CoCo, Curtis?
Oh God, no! This is way slower.
Look how cool that is, though.
Yeah.
It's like a heat map.
Like the calculations can be done on the CoCo. They just won't be anywhere near this speed.
Yeah. Evil is here.
Yeah. Now this next batch here, there's a guy who's calling himself Pet Sass JLM1 on YouTube. He plays games on all platforms.
That really rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, it does. It's easy to memorize spell too. But he's just started using XRoar to play a bunch of the Dragon 32 games.
Okay.
And he's been playing in alphabetical order. Now you can tell he's never used a Dragon before. He's got a very basic understanding how to even load cassettes on it. So there's been quite a few videos he's played. He can't figure out what's going on, and then he just quits. So he's done a few that are.
I like this guy.
A man after your own heart. What the hell am I doing here?
What the hell am I doing? Screw this game. It sucks.
I played after all. I died. Forget it.
The only thing he's missing from your videos of rage quitting is that he actually doesn't have his own mic turned on, so you don't get to hear him rage quit. He just quits. So anyway, he's done a few that he's actually has figured out basically how to play the game. So some of these we've seen before in the past. So I'll just kind of show a couple here. I won't play the videos except for any that you guys want me to play a little bit of video of. So Backtrack, we just covered this one a month or two ago, if I remember. That's a kind of top view 3D.
Well, let's see it. I don't remember it till I see it. And by the way, Mark D. Overhost, well, thanks for the play-by-play, putting the links in the live chat.
Is that too loud?
A little bit. Cursor keys plus M for map.
Yeah, and this game allowed you to use it to find the keys. So if you wanted to change the arrow keys or whatever, you could.
Okay, gotcha.
Let's fast forward a bit here.
Oh, I don't remember that.
I wonder if that was one of the episodes you weren't here. So if you listened to it, you wouldn't have seen this.
No, I don't remember seeing this before. That's really cool looking.
Yeah,
that's perspective is really cool.
Yeah, so you have a time limit. You have to gather keys in the right numerical order. So the keys are labeled 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, and there's your map.
And you have to gather them in the right order and then get out of the maze. There you hit a wall.
Okay, that's really cool.
And you can hear footprints.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is one of the better Dragon games that was innovative, unique, and we never saw in the CoCo world. So this is part of the vast library we should start covering at some point.
Yeah. You're going the wrong way, dude. All you have to do is do an about face and go straight up 4 clicks and then turn right.
Well, he hasn't got the keys yet, so you can't.
Oh, you have to get the keys. Oh, I see. I thought those keys on the side meant he had the keys.
No, they're yellow right now because you haven't found them yet.
Ah, I see. Okay.
And they're numbered, so you have to get them in the right order. You can't pick up.
Oh man, that's freaking evil.
There's key 3,
which you can't get.
There's key 2.
Oh, it won't let him pick it up. And that's a dead end. That's evil. That's just evil. I would totally rage quit this.
And there's
game.
multiple levels that get bigger as you go and stuff, so it's a cool game.
Yeah, that is a really cool perspective.
Yeah, very well done. And it's low res too. It's like P mode 0 or 1 or 1, I guess.
Okay, but it works. It serves the game well.
Yep. Another one he did was Balldozer.
Ouch.
Which is a clone of Arkanoid.
Oh, okay. This looks like it was done with the Arcade Game Designer or something. Okay. Or a Specky.
It kind of does look that way. It's a black and white game, so it's 256-182 black and white, but it uses it quite well. It has little bits of shading for the bricks and stuff. It has the lasers and stuff too. So
I like when he thanks himself.
Oh, look at that. That is cool. That is very cool, the shading. That pattern.
Yeah.
That's kind of what you had to do on the Mac, so they're
Exactly. Yeah.
So the original Mac Classic had to do this. So you had all those shading patterns. Oh, wow.
Yep. Too loud?
No, that's fine. I was surprised when I heard the sound. Yeah, no, that's neat. Does it automatically stick, or does he have the catch?
No, he's got the catch turned on. He
Okay.
gets a laser a little bit later on too. So
Okay, yeah, very, very Arkanoid-ish. Yes.
the levels, he only has the first 2 levels in this video, and they're identical to the original Arkanoids. I think he followed the original Arkanoid maps.
Okay.
Just like
Yeah, I really like that background like that. And Arkanoid had like different tile set backgrounds too. Anyways, so.
But this is one of the times I've seen like a Dragon game. Like one thing the Dragon didn't have was artifacting colors the same way we did.
Right.
But this, when looking at pure white, like this would be one that works well.
Yeah, yeah. The
And
first
would
thing,
work well
yeah.
on an RGB monitor on a CoCo 3, which doesn't do composite color either.
Right.
Really-
Yeah.
really
The
good.
first thing I thought when I saw this was, this looks like a Mac Classic style game.
Yeah. So fast forward if we can find some lasers.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, the speed seems pretty good too. Now that it's moving.
Good sound effects.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. I'll just fast forward to level 2 here.
Down to the last brick. That's always a pain. Or it can be. Oh, you just did a little palette shift there. The screen mode flicker for a second there.
And now you got the ones that you have to hit twice, so you
Yeah.
notice it kind of cracks up.
Yeah.
You've also got 2 indicators in the upper left, which normal Arcanine does not have, because you have your power up, your current active power ups are actually listed in those 2 little black boxes. If you have a laser, you get an L or whatever. E for catch. Those down arrows
Gotcha.
slow down the ball, so it's actually got a few little bits that aren't in the original Arcanine game. That indicator I quite like actually.
Yeah, yeah. And yeah, this level looks like level 2 of Arkanoid too, yeah.
Yeah. So that was one.
Yeah, that's neat.
Beanstalker is a clone of Lode Runner.
Man, there's so many games on the Dragon that we've just never seen. It's like a whole nother world. It's almost like they're in a completely different country or something. You know?
That font's nice.
Yeah.
Well, it looks nice.
Yeah, and he kind of changes. It's not ladders; it's like vines and stuff. So it
Yeah,
keeps
because hence the name Beanstalk. Yeah.
Oh,
What
he
happened,
crashed
Curtis?
it there. No, he crashed it. Let me just get back here. So
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's neat.
Yeah, you see people on the Dragon Facebook page where they have like a drawer with like just like 100 cassettes in it. I mean, just all sorts of games.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's literally hundreds that never came here either. I mean, some of them have come across since and been ported. Keyboard controls change if they needed. Joystick ran fine on their own. So, and the sound on the Dragon was exact same as ours, so even the sound works.
6-bit DAC. Yeah.
Yeah, but I have to say the Dragon, as far as CoCo 1 and 2 games versus the Dragon games, I think because they never really got the CoCo 3 in England, the Dragon community kept going like into the late 80s, and some of the games have some sound and music routines in the gameplay that actually exceed most of the ones we had in the CoCo 1 and 2 days. So there's some real gems in there if you really hunt for the later ones especially. And this one here is called The Bells, and it says it's a Hunchback clone. I'm not familiar with Hunchback, if that was maybe a Spectrum game or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
And it looks pretty hard.
I won't like it then. A Dragonfire. Oh, wow. Ouch. Don't fall, right?
Yeah, but basically there's multiple screens and you have to go across and ring the bell.
It kind of reminds me of Dragonfire a little bit. With the things flying at you.
Yeah. Anyway, he's been doing a bunch of those. He's been putting out a set of 3 or 4 probably every day or two. Some of them, like I said, he hasn't been able to actually get to work. He's had a few that crashed outright, but he kept the videos up, and he's got a few where he can't figure out the game. You can obviously tell. But if you keep an eye on his page, and if Mark puts that in the show notes there, you guys can hit his page. And he plays a ton of other stuff too. So he's got this intermixed with PlayStation 2 games and Xbox games and all kinds of stuff. So
I posted a link to the videos. So those are available.
Okay. Richard Kelly put up this on Facebook. He put a little program to check to see if you've got a true lowercase T1 VDG in your CoCo. Now he's basing it on the fact that the color basic ROM is version 1.3. Now, one thing I wanted to ask the panel here for some people that have been around for a while, is that 100% accurate? I do know that color basic 1.3 was the last version of basic they did, and it did have some changes to handle the 2-chip RAM upgrades versus the 8-chip, the 4464 versus the 4164s. But is that a completely accurate? Like, did Tandy not sell any of those 2-chip CoCos that did not have the T1 lowercase VDG?
That's a good question.
Because I'm not sure if this would probably be accurate like 95% of the time. I'm not sure if it's 100% though, because I don't know if that was the case.
You know, actually, my 3134A has a 1.3 in it. I didn't try it on that. I only tried it on my 264K ones, CoCo2s.
Okay, you'd be a good test case then with that other one to see if that is the...
because it has 1.3, but it definitely doesn't have lowercase. So.
Okay. Anyway, it's a little detection thing. It tries to poke it in and also registers the... It's probably hard to read here.
It's supposed to work correctly on the CoCo3 also.
It does. I mean, CoCo3's underlying basic is color basic 1.3, and all CoCo3s have lowercase built in, so obviously that works. Okay. Ah, crap. There we go. Okay, Daniel Campos, is that the right pronunciation, or Campos? I'm not sure. And Luciano Scharf are in Brazil, and they're having the Retro SC, and they have a bunch of pictures from the show, which is actually going on this weekend with all the CoCos
CoCo
and
clones.
the CoCo clones.
Yes.
Yeah. And unfortunately, some of the labels aren't quite readable, but they're going through like the CP, was it the 400 or whatever it was?
Yep,
Here's one with a bit of an odd colored.
Sounds correct.
Yeah, is that an Ed Snyder keyboard? No, that's something else.
Yes.
Huh? Is it?
Yes,
This
it
one
is.
I think is. This one's not.
But the
And you notice
function
they break-
keys are on the right.
Oh, they're on the CoCo3.
Are there?
Yep.
Okay.
Obviously, you haven't used yours for a while, huh?
How long has that been like that?
You got to step away from the MC10 for a while.
Yeah.
You're using the British CoCo3 if they're on the other side.
Yeah.
But this one up here, I noticed it's actually got like a wider break key.
Yeah,
So
that's
the
cool.
keyboard is a little bit different, even though the case is basically a
The
CoCo 1.
case looks like a CoCo 1 case. Yeah, that looks cool.
There's some other clones, and including a motherboard actually in a glass case. You can
That
see-
one on the
see what-
left almost looks like an Apple body
Yeah,
style. You know,
it does.
They cloned
And
those
totally different
too.
colored keys.
Yeah. I like
And some
that,
of
that acrylic system there. Like a prototype or something, one under in the clear box.
Yeah, it's basically the motherboard of one of the clones, I think.
Okay.
Just hooked up so you can actually see it. There's a CP400 with its disk drives on the left.
Wow.
That one has that actual chiclet keyboard, which is kind of funny.
With the different colors. That's so interesting.
I think I know where Ed Snyder got his idea for his blue keys now. And the one on the right there, out of those two, like the lower right, that's a pretty interesting one, especially with the joysticks beside it too. If that's a CoCo clone with the extra keys, like the arrow keys are on the bottom.
That
row,
almost looks like an Atari ST or something. That's a really cool looking body. So the one above it looks kind of Commodore-ish, like a C128 or something.
Yeah, and
a
the
lot
joysticks look pretty funky too, with the green stick handles and the kind of
really interesting case designs. You know, just breaking the
And not-
molds a little bit.
Yeah.
There they are. Hey guys.
Yeah,
Hello from
check
Brazil.
out
Look
those
at the
shirts.
Dragonfire shirt. That's cool.
Yeah.
You got Pitfall and Dragonfire. Cool shirts. Thanks for sharing that with us, guys. Our friends in Brazil, man. That's awesome.
And they have them in
Donkey
action.
Kong remix.
He has a video of the show that they had down there.
Oh yeah.
And that is an Ed Snyder keyboard on the bottom, I think.
Yeah, because of the gray
key
keys
colors.
and everything. Yeah.
That's a CD6809. It's one of the few I could read the sign on.
Unfortunately,
I don't speak the language. I
It
can't
looks
read the
somewhat CoCo-ish, the case style.
Yeah.
The-
And it's one of the clones. I'm not sure what this switch in the upper
maybe
right of the
maybe that's
keyboard
an
is.
LED or something. Who knows?
Yeah, it might be an LED.
And it looks like the brake key is actually labeled as escape in this case. There's a bit of a zoom up of the one in the glass
Yeah,
case. that
I
we were
love
talking
seeing
about.
stuff like that. Those little
That must be
acrylic.
a keyboard connector on the front there.
Yeah. I mean, reading the sign, it says it's called the CPU-E from 85 to 2000 with them, which means they manufactured them way beyond when Tandy did. Stopped making them. But it does mention Color Computer 1 compatibility, I think, in the middle of that sign. So it is a CoCo clone of some sort.
Okay.
And Ron, I think this might be familiar to you.
Yes, it is. He asked me if he could print it. I go, yeah, Mom, I'd be honored.
That's
He had
awesome.
it at the show.
That kind of looks like the Color Computer News a little bit, you know?
Yeah. Or Color Computer Magazine, yeah.
Color Computer Magazine, yeah. That's cool.
And this is a Codamex. That's not one I was familiar with, but that's the one you were talking about with the escape key and stuff. And speaking of Dragonfire, there it is running.
There
on
it
the
is. It's
CP400.
running. Yeah, with the mixed colors. So it's got the whole SAM scanline thing
VDG,
going on there.
yep.
Yeah.
That must
And there's that joystick on the bottom there too with the red handle this time.
Yeah.
Apparently you could pick your colors on the joystick handles.
Ed Snyder has been busy.
Bit of a zoom up over there. It's funny that one, which has one of the more professional looking cases, and the joysticks are definitely a nice and unique design.
Yeah.
But it actually still had the chiclet keyboard, while all the other clones, which look a bit more lower end, actually have full keyboards.
Yeah, really interesting.
There's the old table again. So
Yeah, it was kind of neat too when Diego brought us some live coverage from with that one that he had over there in Ecuador too, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a lot of coverage.
Paul
Hey.
Shoemaker.
Now, is
Is
he
Paul
still
still
on
on
the
the call?
Came back.
Hey, he's back. We're just in time to cover your teas here, Paul.
Yeah, watch the audio on that one. I didn't realize it was recording my iTunes when I was when I was capturing the screen. So about a week ago, I thought about Oregon Trail, and I just was looking around and thinking about different games to do. And you guys know I kind of got a little bit started on Castle Wolfenstein, and then I bounce around. And mostly, I really enjoy sort of recreating the graphics, and so I almost always start with a title screen. So I found a good site that has a bunch of screenshots, and of course going out to the Apple emulator to kind of see how the 1985 version of Oregon Trail looks and plays. And the I guess the development team that I can't remember the fellow's name, but the guy who led the development team for the 1985 version of Oregon Trail when they wrote it on the Apple initially, he actually has a book. I think the book is called like Mary, You Have Died of Dysentery or something like that. And in the book, he really provides I haven't read it, all of it yet, but I've seen articles and excerpts from it, and it's available on Amazon for like $6, so I'm going to get it. But he actually kind of goes into the detail, or it looks like he does, into how he wrote it and how they designed it and kind of the way the flow of the overall program works. And so I've started with the graphics and have gotten, that's probably not even half of the full screens that I need to convert over.
How are you doing that? What's the process to get those images from something to the CoCo?
Yeah, so I actually, what I do is I go out to the Apple emulator and I run I run it until I get to the screen that I want, and then I actually use Snippet on Windows 10 and I grab the screen, and you gotta make sure it's in green, so that it shows the actual offset pixels to get to the artifacting.
Okay.
And then I have I take a screenshot of that. I paste that screenshot into an Excel spreadsheet that I created, a kind of a 4 or 5 tabs on an Excel spreadsheet that actually is just a grid with a bunch of zeros and ones. And so I copy the picture on it, I change it to transparent, and then I literally go through and put zeros and ones in my spreadsheet where the pixels are either on or off. And then I've got a series of tabs that converts those into
bytes,
equivalent, and into the bytes, and then into the FCB statements that I just copy and paste into a little assembly language program that I wrote, and boom, there it is.
So do you preserve the artifacting colors across that way too, or?
That's how I make sure that the artifacting colors are preserved. Now, of course, the Apple version, I'm not an Apple guy, but I recognize they have some way to get 2 different versions of the artifact colors. They can
Yeah,
get
you can
red
add the
and-
green purple if you
Right.
offset with the first bit on the byte. And
Right, and they have
Those are the primary colors. There's purple and green and blue and orange. Those are your colors besides black and white.
Yeah.
So the artifact colors are derived with, adjacent colors or with dithering.
Okay, so it's the same way that it works on the CoCo, basically, but with the CoCo, you don't have that option of choosing, the
green purple versus
the green
the
and
orange.
purple.
Blue,
And it looks like on the Apple, you can actually there's some way that you can select it by byte if you want that byte to be orange and blue, or pink and green, or whatever the other one is, purple and green.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, Mark can correct me if I'm wrong here, because I'm going by 40-year-old memory here, but I think your byte 7 bits were pixels and pixel colors, and the 8th bit actually did which of those 2 phase sets?
Yep.
For the base colors.
So there's a set 1 and set 2.
Okay.
And so in set 1 you have black and white, and then you have I think it's purple and blue, and then when you switch the 8th bit, then it goes to the second black, the second white, and then the green for the purple and the orange for the blue. So, and because of the way it works also with the even odd, it's difficult. If you want to make a graphic and put anywhere on the screen, you have to literally have 7 different bitmaps so it can work at any position. So very complex.
Yeah.
And annoying.
It seems that way. So this one, of course, will only have the blue and the reddy orange artifact colors that the CoCo does. But so I'll start with converting all of the screens, and then I'm going to look into the books. And one of the other fellows, if we scroll down, I think maybe it was Rick.
Yeah, Lee.
Yeah, sorry, Lee Perkins. I noticed this on Discord a while back, that he had started there. I think there's even a thread on Discord where he had started going through this, and so he was very kindly shared the information that he had compiled that was helpful, and pointed me to even some more information as well that I'm going to use. Now, what I don't have, and I'm not sure if it's out there or not, but what I don't have is like the actual source code for the Apple version of it. It seems to be a mix of Apple Basic and assembly language subroutines, and even reading some of the excerpts of that book that I was mentioned, they indicate that that's the way that they wrote that, which is perfect for me, because that's really the only way I know how to do it, is mostly basic with assembly language subroutines.
What is the actual drift of the story of Oregon Trail?
It's getting your wagon and your 5 family members from one side of the country to another, and you have to cross over rivers, and you have to go, if you run out of food, you can go hunting, you can stop at different forts along the way, and then I guess
and buy stuff
and buy stuff. Yeah, it was hugely popular in the late 80s and early 90s in school.
You can die of dysentery. Yeah.
Yes, you can.
So when you develop this, you're going to have like a Ron Delvaux beard with it, or?
Yeah, I think the daughter got herpes on the way too. I don't remember, but
well, that may be a different version of the Oregon Trail.
That's the Wild West version of it.
Wild West.
Got a nasty case of syphilis. I mean, it's just it was.
Yeah, you visit Madame Rossau's massage parlor, which she links with another CoCo game, and. Are you and Lee going to work together on this then? Because he was trying to basically do the same thing. So, are you guys planning on combining, or he kind of paused his project, or what?
It looks like he had started and then stopped, and he noted in his message there that he had real life that kind of took his attention away, as it does sometimes. And so I haven't reached out to him yet, but I've definitely looked at his material, and he was taking the approach of kind of disassembling and documenting the Apple version, which would be really, really helpful as well, just to even see how the assembly language subroutines work. My approach was going to be a little bit more reverse engineering, where I was simply going to play the game and look back at the original source code, which was written in the late 70s, maybe even early 70s. And was initially released in Creative Computing, and so I found that old magazine article and printed all of that out. And so what I found out this morning, though, was this 1985 version, which is really the version that everybody thinks of when they think of this game, is has some substantial differences. Like that team that wrote that they added things that weren't in the original, and they also removed things that weren't in the original as well. So it's going to be a little bit of me maybe trying to figure out how to mimic the what the team did, as opposed to actually like looking at the source code and just rewriting it for a CoCo, which I can't do.
Okay.
And this will all be in OS 9.
Of course, everything's in OS 9.
Yeah.
Ease of use.
Dallas Quest, is that in OS 9 or no?
No, that's
No. Okay.
Armstars.
But
Interbank Incident is in OS 9 as an example.
okay, so are you thinking of something like how that is, having a half the page with graphics across the top and the bottom half for directions and stuff?
Well, it's sort of, in as much as it is going to be a mix of high-res graphics, and then the text is going to have to be text on the high-res graphics screen like Dallas Quest is, but it's not an adventure game like Dallas Quest is. Like, you're not going to type go south and get gun and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually more of
a slideshow?
It's more menu driven, isn't it? It's kind of like here's your options, pick one.
It's more menu driven. You decide things like how well you want your your family to eat, and whether or not you want to stop and go hunting. And then if you do stop and go hunting, it actually pops up like a little mini arcade game where you have your little guy, and the different animals will come running around the screen, and there's trees, and you have to I guess shoot around the trees and everything. That's probably going to be one of the most interesting and difficult things for me to replicate. And then there's another one where I guess you can float your wagon down the river, and it's very reminiscent of Ganabuana, of that one part in Ganabuana where you're taking your paddle kind of going upstream. So it's very much a mix of a little bit of strategy and some little like mini games, some mini arcade game type of an approach.
Cool.
Yeah, we played Lee's text version. We did a live stream one night where we played that together as a group.
No, that was Chris.
Oh, was that?
Chris Pedersen.
Oh, okay.
They did the text version port to the CoCo.
Yeah, I noticed on the CoCo archive that there was an Oregon Trail, and that is the original version that the fellows, the teachers who wrote it back in the 70s or whatever did, is the one that Chris did.
There's a Oregon Trail channel on our Discord server that has all this stuff documented in it.
So
did you think about changing the name and making it original, like the Arizona desert?
No, I mean, part of what I enjoy doing is trying to, like, my intention is to try to bring a game to the CoCo that was very popular but was just never released. Interestingly, I think we were mentioning David A.L. or A.H.L., however you say. I think he wrote he wrote another basic one called Westward Ho that I guess he was kind of a slight reimagining of the original Oregon Trail, but it's completely text-based like the original one was as well.
Yeah.
And how would you spell that?
Westward Ho?
H-O? H-O-E?
Just H-O.
H-O-E.
You're thinking like Stevie now. That's
yeah.
I should mention, too, I mean, Oregon Trail is based on historical events because it was a trail to get to, was it California they were trying to get to, if I remember? Or I guess Oregon, technically, but they were trying to cross the mountains and everything else, to
I feel
migrate.
slighted now.
You're out California.
Why does anybody want to get into Oregon? Wouldn't you want to get out?
Back then.
Actually, when they started, a lot of people were headed for Oregon, and then when there was gold discovered in California in the 1840s, then they kind of forked off, and there's a trail that comes off. I can't remember. It's one that goes through Salt Lake and winds up in California.
Yeah, but the mortality rate on this journey was pretty bad in real life. In the 1850s, I think this happened originally.
Yeah, well, it started back in the 1840s originally, 1836, I think, and then clear through till the Civil War, basically.
Is that where the umbrella was discovered?
The umbrella. No, we don't use umbrellas out here. We're real men.
So you don't eat quiches either.
Well, maybe in Portland.
Okay.
They also have free range coffee and chickens.
Free range coffee?
Of course.
Oh, now I'm interested. I'm gonna have to go visit.
Is that the kind where it goes through the monkey?
I don't know what he's talking about at this point.
I know what he's talking about.
Yeah, it's not a monkey, it's a cat, I think. But
world's most expensive coffee too.
Yeah.
It comes out of a monkey's
it's
butt.
a cat.
Oh wow.
Cat.
Just they're right.
Come on, Steve. You know this stuff.
I honestly I did not, but thanks for enlightening me. So I do have the Rendezvous beard back on though. So
Anyway, on to something slightly less risque.
That's no fun. Did this go through a cat, this next clip? Or
So our friends at Retro Arcade Gaming there have done one of their port battles between the machines, this time for Space Invaders. And this time the CoCo and the Dragon make multiple appearances on it. So they picked on the CoCo side, they picked the P-Mode 4 later version of the Space Invaders that Spectral Associates did, which wouldn't have been my choice for the best of the CoCo 1-2 clones. I would have picked the Marcata one. Or there was another one called Super Vaders, which actually had a bunch of options and stuff. And then they picked one on the Dragon that came out on the Dragon, so it's a P-Mode 3 one. And then they did the transcode that I think it was Glenn Hewlett did Space Invaders transcode?
it might have been Mark McDougall.
Oh, that could be. But he saved that one for last because he said that's the one that was the most impressive to him because it's a port of the original arcade game, but onto an old 8-bit machine, not an MSX or any of these fancy or newer machines he has on his list. So I'll just do little brief clips of each.
Color Space Invaders was a clone for the TRS-80 color computer, released by Spectral Associates in 1982. Pretty good play on the CoCo. The sounds aren't great, but that's the case with most of these early PC releases. We're going to take a look at another CoCo release a bit later on. It's actually pretty impressive in my book. I think it'll actually be the last one we look at today.
Yeah.
Too loud?
No, it's just, but yeah, this would not have been, I would not have picked this one either.
No. And to be honest, I mean, this was originally released as a P-Mode 3, like green background the whole bit. That's the way they originally sold it. It is one of the first ones, though. This one came out in 1981, the original version of it. At the very end of 81. So it was actually one of the earliest third-party games. But yeah, there's multiple ones that would pick them up.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to hear you over this though, Curtis.
Yeah, and it's kind of a grating sound.
Yeah, it's not the most soothing sounds.
It's even worse than my voice.
That's hard to.
Yeah, it's hard to be more grating than that, but they managed.
Dragon 3264, pretty similar to the TRS-80, but a bit different, if that makes any sense. Space Invaders was released by Micros in 1982. This one isn't bad. It's not great. Holds its own against other computer releases from the same era.
Oh, let's see it. Oh, this is horrible.
Well, it's using the palette.
It's using the Puyan palette.
Yeah.
Puyan.
Just for Nick Marentes because he likes that one
Yeah.
so much.
Well, he did Donut Dilemma. He did Donut Disaster in this, didn't he? So.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but even admitted right in the title, it's a disaster. So. Yeah, I don't think he picked the best of the CoCo 1-2 ones. But.
No. Next, I can't watch this anymore. It's hurting my eyes.
Okay, we're gonna go skip way past all the the modern clones and stuff here until we get to the
PlayStation 2, PSP. Wow.
So I think the WiiWares. I think it's
Dragon Bite says it
Not
still
only
sounds
for
better
this
than
system, but
Dino
other
Wars.
systems as well. I found this version and the platform to be the most interesting. Essentially what's been done here is the original 8080 arcade source code has been converted to run on a number of platforms.
I had no idea about
in this
Yeah, I think this is Mark McDougall.
Converted 8080 source code on the CoCo 3. This version was done by Glenn Hewlett.
Oh, okay.
There's actually another one or two of these by different people floating around for the same platform. Best I can tell, it's from about 2016. Looks very good. There's no sounds. I'm not sure they were actually intended to be a part of the project. This was more of an experiment than an attempt to truly replicate Space Invaders. It was just an experiment to see if it could be done. Other than that, it's actually pretty impressive. Looks damn good.
Well, let's play it. Quit talking about it. Let's play it. There we go. Oh, yeah. That is
Wow.
it. Yep.
I'm trying to remember. Mark McDougall's, did his play sideways? There was one of.
There was one he did. That might have been Tutankhamun or something. And there was somebody did something where it was the transcode or the port, but it was the screen. He didn't change the orientation. He ran it.
And I remember the sound was a bit difficult because Space Invaders didn't actually have a sound chip per se. It did some weird analog thing, didn't it? That was the reason it was hard to emulate, because it doesn't have an actual digital sound chip.
Nick Marentes is asking, where's Space Intruders? Yeah, no, this is the actual game. So yeah. You can't get any better than that. Now, were these definable characters, or was this bitmapped on the original hardware? Do you know?
I don't know.
Because looking at the way the bombs are falling, it does look like it is on a per pixel bitmap. The way it's breaking the your shelter, your protection there. But I'm wondering if the characters were done as full bitmaps, or if they were maybe, like basically fonts that could be displayed on screen.
Well, the way
like
they're
the CoCo
moving,
VJ
they
demo.
look like bitmaps to me because they're not.
Yeah, they're not
they
moving
do
a
kinda-
character cell. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. And I mean, we've got a couple of good transcodes now. We've got like Pac-Man, and we've got Donkey Kong and Space Invaders. Tutankhamun was pretty far along, though not done. I don't know what's happening with Defender lately, but he was pretty far along in that one too. So
Yeah, it looked like he was making a ton of progress on that, but then I haven't really seen anything on Defender in quite a while.
yeah, I know he was hitting a problem where he was having issues with it keeping up at a certain subroutine. So I suggested just switch it to a 6309 because that's going to just become more popular anyway.
Yeah.
So solves a lot of the time problems. Ask Nick.
Yeah, Ken Reichert says, just say pew 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 as you play. Pew pew
Exactly.
pew 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 pew
Boom, boom,
pew
boom,
pew
boom,
pew
boom,
pew
boom, boom.
UFO. Woo 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 woo.
Yeah, just digitize those voice sound effects you guys are doing. Able to throw it in the game. There we go.
Yeah. Very cool.
And now, since Nick Marotta suggested this one here actually during the show, I'll let him explain.
Nick Marotta.
So we got this first, but you can explain. Nick?
Yes. So this is actually on the MC10 page. Somebody posted, I believe Ron said it was from the cover of a magazine.
I think this might have been from one of the Radio Shack catalogs. This might have been a promotional piece from
This was
from
on the TRS-80 micro
Microcomputer
news.
news? Okay.
So Ron,
Computer news, yeah.
So Ron posts random stuff, which I think is pretty funny, and he just asked, he wonders how old this girl is now and if she still has her MC10. And then
because
the part
Ron's gonna get her on the show as a future interview. So
with Fletcher, yeah. The part I thought was really funny was if you scroll further down, somebody actually recreated the setup of the MC10 with the manual, the pen, the cup of pens, the same TV, the recorder.
Yeah.
I just thought this was really funny how
Matt Witt did that a while ago.
Matt Witt recreated the ad.
Yeah.
So
And he actually has all the original period piece stuff like the TV.
Yeah.
Actually.
And the only difference here is this is the actual picture on an actual TV, where in the magazine it was like superimposed. The artwork was basically put in post.
There was a bit of discussion how in the back in the day we could have played with the tint on the TV to actually make more colors if we wanted to. Because
I found if I just kept banging my forehead with a blunt object, I saw lots of sparklies and extra colors too.
Actually, taking a magnet to the CRT also.
It's funny, when I did that, I started to hear new colors. Is what I was doing.
What does magenta sound like?
What does it smell like?
Sorry, I thought it was funny.
Smells
how
like a
he
C sharp.
That is cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
And here we are showing the MC10 some love here on CoCoTALK. There was no.
One thing I might say is anybody programming on that when they were her age, no problem. anybody programming that on that screen when they're in their 40s or 50s or 60s might find it a little bit tough.
Yeah, it's like a mobile phone screen size.
Little tiny kid.
Yeah, right. Because if you look on that one, you see how much bigger the picture looks like it's taking up almost the whole TV. But when you look at it on Matt Witt's one, it's like, like
Much
20,
smaller,
yeah,
yeah.
20%. Yeah, the border.
Leaves so much border. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Anyway, I thought it was pretty humorous how he recreated.
Objects on screen are larger than they appear. So.
That's what she said. One other thing, I didn't have the link handy. Actually, maybe I do on a different window.
You're not a member of the MC10 group?
I don't have an MC10.
They don't let Canadians in there. Yeah.
Well, you could be
No,
a
we
member,
don't let him in. He's
though.
not cool
Don't
enough.
you want to support them? Push on that bar. Come on.
Hit that like and subscribe button now.
Click the bell so you know when new content is available.
I guess I
group.
shouldn't I?
Yes, you
There we
should.
go.
Join the group. Come on. All the cool kids are doing it.
It is a micro color computer after all.
That's good.
There you go.
The answer is what?
Duh.
A bit of a sad note here.
Uh-oh.
For people who have been going to CoCo Fest for years and years, you might remember a Texan by the name of Dave Kelly. He used to have this nice big handlebar mustache. He was a really nice guy. He used to visit with all of us. He wasn't a programmer per se. He was more of a user, but he always gave encouragement to all the developers and stuff. And he hasn't been to CoCo Fest in quite a few years. And he was having breathing problems and stuff the last time I did see him at CoCo Fest back in the early 2000s type thing. So I think it just his health deteriorated. But he passed away this past week.
Oh.
Radraza put up a little thing on various groups. I think he even put it on the I'm a Coconut too. So they've got the picture of him there is from way back. So he didn't look anything like that when I knew him. So I didn't.
I don't see the picture.
No, I'm not showing it right now because I didn't recognize him from the picture Tony put up. I've never seen him when he looked like that. Because he has a big bushy beard, that rivals yours there.
Mm-hmm.
But I wouldn't have recognized him if somebody hadn't told me. But anyway, just a sad thing because he was very supportive of the CoCo market. He used to come up with a couple other Texans too, including the guy that has the CoCo Serial #1. I'm trying to remember the name. John Donaldson was another one that came up with them. And there's basically 4 that always came from Texas every year that I knew of. And it's just unfortunate that he passed away because he was a good friend. And this next one will be a segue into a discussion. Our very own Nick Moroto, who's now got 2 stories on this week,
Wow.
so he's just getting right up there. I'll have to retire soon.
I'm now published.
Yeah.
Published.
He did a conversation starter, as Facebook labeled it, which is actually appropriate in this case. Are there any arcade ports or clones thereof that you'd rather play in your CoCo than on any other platform, including MAME, which of course has arcade perfect gameplay? And he said, as an example, for me, I play Blizzard Bait all the time, and I don't really play Joust. And then we kind of got into the discussion there. There's people mentioning things, and then there's also some that just feel better, or the gameplay dynamics are a bit better than the arcade was, even though the graphics, obviously, unless you're playing CoCo 3, wouldn't be close. And then just getting discussions of that, and I mentioned a few too. So I thought that would be a good open panel discussion here. What do you guys think? I mean, one that I picked and I put in there would be Draconian, because it's based on the arcade game Bosconian, but it added the whole element of having to rescue astronauts, and to me, that made the game infinitely better. So I much prefer playing the CoCo version than I do the.
I would agree with that.
And I think Nick, you'd mentioned the Joust and Buzzard Bait. Now, personally, I prefer Lancer because I think the flight feels more flighty to me. But I'm just wondering, other people on the panel here, what games do you prefer playing, gameplay wise, or for whatever reason, and maybe explain the reason if it's something different of CoCo games versus the arcade.
As far as those jousty type games, I think my favorite was always Pegasus and the Phantom Riders, as opposed to Buzzard Bait, or the other one. Even though I know
Pegasus fans,
even though I know there was not a Pegasus and the Phantom Riders in the arcade game, but as far as the Joust kind of clones go, that was one that I always really enjoyed.
My family really liked Pegasus. We played it a few months ago, and I don't think they would have reacted nearly as much if it was Joust. I mean, Pegasus is really creative.
I did like the way that on Pegasus, as you advanced levels, the scenery changed. Like the things came closer.
Eating thing.
Yeah.
there's all kinds of crazy stuff happening.
Well, and when the horse changes, views or whatever, goes from left to right, it actually shifts over.
Yeah, turns.
As opposed to just
it kind of
over.
rotates. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a nice touch.
I thought so.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there are definitely Pegasus fans out there for sure.
Yeah, I actually enjoyed playing Donkey King for the longest time too. That was a fun game. Zaxxon was great.
This is my favorite game.
Defense. Polaris. I enjoyed Polaris.
Yeah, I love this game.
Which
Is that
one?
a clone of Defender?
That's the one.
Yeah, it's a clone of Missile Command, like the Atari 2600 version.
Yeah,
It's a central
but
base
it's
fire.
so much better.
Yeah.
I think I've seen that one.
One of my favorite games was Tap. I think it was called Tapper, where you
Tapper. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Brewmaster on the CoCo.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yes.
From Microsoft Software.
Right. And now, and interestingly enough, though, like I would say one of my favorite original games was Double Back, and that wasn't necessarily inspired or derived from an arcade title, but it was a game I played quite a bit on the CoCo.
As has been pointed out, there actually is an arcade game that has its basic same gameplay, but it was actually produced a little bit after, by a few months of the same year as Double Back. In fact, there's some speculation maybe the author at Atari actually saw it. It was a vector game.
Okay.
That's kind of the same thing, circling shapes type thing, getting points.
Yeah, I'm trying
And
to
Donkey
remember.
King, I have to agree, that was one I like. The arcade game was viciously hard, and Donkey King was viciously hard, but Donkey King was a little bit easier in the arcade, so I preferred it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was the killer Donkey Kong clone back in the day.
I wouldn't say that I had a favorite CoCo Pac-Man game, honestly. I don't think there was any CoCo, at least, before the CoCo 3, like Nick Marenti's and Pac Dude Monster Maze. But on CoCo 1 or 2, there were a lot of, they were good. Then none of them sucked, but I don't remember playing Pac-Man for hours and hours. Pac-Man to me is a real one-dimensional style game. Even though it was immensely popular in arcade, I didn't play a lot of Pac-Man clones on the CoCo. I know Miss Maze was pretty good with the music and stuff, and it was pretty faithful.
Four mazes. And...
Yeah, but I wasn't a CoCo packer, as far as playing Pac-Man style games.
I like Cashman too.
Cashman was great. Time Bandit was a good one, although again not based on an arcade, but just ones that come to mind.
Is Canyon Climber based on an arcade game, or is it kind of its own thing?
It's kind of Donkey Kong, a little bit.
Right.
Yeah. And it's interesting.
Steve York talked
Steve
about
was talking about that just the other night.
Yeah. Go ahead.
To me, especially the first two screens, absolutely are inspired, if not completely ripped off from Donkey Kong. Where you're putting the little TNTs down. That's like those are like the rivets. Yeah. And then the jumping and doing the ladders. That's like your barrel's face. So to me, it's going to be really hard. I would need to see a DNA test to tell me that was not somehow related to Donkey Kong. Now the third screen was different, but the third screen is really the least interesting of them all, anyways. It's just a bunch of jumping, pop, 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 pop. Jump and avoid getting a rock on your head. I would say that was a Donkey Kong derivative, but Steve Bjork said it was really inspired by a lot of different style games. So.
Yeah. One I'll pick is like we had various asteroid clones, and the one Star Blaster by Jim Kearney actually was kind of a hybrid of the original Asteroids and Asteroids Deluxe because it had shields and stuff to it.
Okay.
So that one I liked better than the original Asteroids game because it added a few extra gameplay elements, and it played very smooth. It had very smooth rotations. I think it had 32 or 64 rotations. So it was more like the vector game than a lot of the games that just went just here's 8 or 16.
Yeah.
It had very gradual. And I'm just going through the comments here, and you guys can comment on each of these as I bring them up, because these are comments from the people on Facebook answering this same thread. Sean M.W. Wheeler says he'll take the CoCo games Storm Arrows and Juno over the arcade games Targ and Juno first, respectively. I'm not familiar with Juno.
No, me neither.
But Targ and Storm Arrows I do remember. Storm Arrows played a bit faster than the arcade game, if I remember correctly. I haven't played it in a while.
I'm not familiar with that one, but hearing when you say Storm, it makes me think of the Tempest clone, and that one was pretty good.
Yeah. Buzzard Bait has been mentioned by Richard Kelly, and Panzer.
How about Battle Stations?
What is that?
That's
the Battleship board game, isn't it?
Battleship, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was good.
It was different play mechanics. So.
The marble maze was good too.
You know, Starfire is really good, and I think that's probably pretty close to a Defender clone.
That's the Greg Zumwalt one?
Yeah, that's...
No, that Starfire was by Intellectronics, right? Harvey Brofman or whatever?
Maybe I'm saying it wrong. Starblaze. Sorry, Starblaze.
Starblaze, okay, yeah. That's Greg Zumwalt, yeah.
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 Starfire is another Defender clone, but...
Yeah.
Okay.
We had quite a few of them. I think Steve and I went through a bunch of them on the...
Yeah, I liked Marble Maze. I thought that was pretty good.
Richard Lorbieski mentions on the CoCo 2 Zaxxon and on the CoCo 3 Rampage.
Oh yeah, Rampage was really good.
Yeah.
Brian Palmer mentions Sockmaster's Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong remixes versus the real hardware.
Yeah,
well, they're pretty well exactly the same as the real hardware.
Yeah.
So.
All versions of Battleship are better than the movie.
Oh, that's good. What about speaking of Terry Steen, what about Balloon Fire or Gray Lady? Anybody fans of those? I am.
Are they clones of anything though? It's I think Gray Lady is a clone of an old 78 or 79 arcade game. I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but his actually does look and play better than the original arcade game.
Yeah.
Chad Edward mentions Doodlebug.
Yeah, that was good.
That was good.
Mr.
Galaga he
Do?
preferred over Galaga.
Okay.
That one it's a good clone, but the arcade game to me is just smoother and faster. So Puyan, I mean, other than fixing the colors.
Yeah.
Sailor Man.
Sailor Man was good.
Great.
Yeah.
Yes.
CoCo VGA works well with all that stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Lunar Rover Patrol.
Yes.
Which is
Sea
easier than
Dragon.
the arcade game, I have to say. Sea Dragon, which is kind of a scramble.
Yeah.
Or Super Cobra.
You already see Sailor Man?
Yep, Sailor Man.
Yeah. Chad Edwards said one video game port he absolutely hated playing the CoCo was Color Car Action because it was slow and extremely non-responsive. And he said even with a double speed poke. I never found it that bad. I actually got pretty good at it. But,
Is that the one that was kind of like the bump and jump where you had to, or is that Demolition Derby?
No, bump and jump.
Bump and jump, okay.
Yeah. And to be honest, there's going to be a 6.309 patch from that coming out probably in the next month or so for me. So it might be a little bit smoother.
Okay.
That was a good game, though. I enjoyed it, even if it was slow.
Yeah. It's going through scrolling. More on Draconian.
I would say, anything by Steve Bjork was a hit. Dicom products, all those were pretty good hits. Spectral Associates, Tom Mix, pretty much mostly all hits. Mark Data, all hits. Mark Data's Berserk was the first Berserk that came out. That was the game.
That was that was really good.
Their Space Invaders was pretty darn good too.
Yep.
One year I mentioned we were talking about Double Back earlier. Eric Avriluk actually posted about it. And he reminded me which it is. Atari Quantum, which basically ripped off Double Back because it actually came out a couple months after Double Back. And he says, I don't find Quantum at all fun to play, but I love Double Back. And I have to agree. I've tried it on MAME. I haven't seen the arcade game because it's pretty rare, but it's not as fun as Double Back is. So I have to agree with that. Color Baseball. I don't know if it's a clone of a specific version of baseball in the arcade because there were so many of them.
No, it was Dale. When we interviewed Dale, he said the benchmark was to have something better than the Intellivision version of baseball because everybody raved about that.
Oh yes,
So,
I remember the ads that George Plimpton did.
Mentioning Dave Halco mentions 4 players at once. Gauntlet 2 on the CoCo 3 was always fun. Cramming 4 people around a little monitor while 2 people shared the keyboard. I have done that.
Hopefully everybody's showered and had deodorant. So
yeah, beer helped. I will say that. But, and then we've got the CoCo 1 and 2 4-player one called Dungeons, which was actually just made recently.
Yeah, Karen. Yeah.
Yeah. Which does the same type of thing on a CoCo 1 and 2 level system. Geronimus Vendini mentions Megabug, which is not a port of our arcade game, but it is a port across multiple platforms.
Yeah. It's obviously Pac-Man inspired, Meg. Anytime there's a game that involves a maze and dots, it's really hard to not say that that's not Pac-Man inspired.
Yeah.
I'm playing Judge Judy on this one. So, yeah.
Now, very loosely inspired by Pac-Man, something like Grabber, which is an original game.
Yeah, that was cool.
That one, once you get used to the fact that you can skip through walls by switching between the mazes rapidly, which you have to do in the later levels too, then it becomes quite an interesting game because you're trying to keep track of 2 mazes at once with monsters in each and everything else.
Yeah.
Richard Kelly mentions Galax Attacks. He preferred that over Galaxians in the arcade because it played much faster. And that was an issue with me with the original Galaxians in the arcade. I mean, it was the first color arcade game. Had great sound effects. You had those booming speakers right over your head. But it was pretty slow moving back and forth and pretty slow firing. And Galax Attacks by Spectra was a lot faster. So I have to agree the pacing was better on Galax Attacks. Anyway, that's kind of going through
That's
the
cool.
comments. On
The first game I ever got on my CoCo was Caterpillar Attack. I had gotten a cassette copy from somebody at Radio Shack, and that was my first CoCo game I owned. Caterpillar Attack, not the best Centipede clone for the CoCo, but a very fun and playable game. Probably one of the better ones was the Intracolor Colorpede, right? That was pretty good.
Yeah,
that was great.
That was the best one.
Slay the Nerees was pretty interesting too. It kind of gave you the whole underwater motif where it's like Centipede underwater now, where the Nerees is like a sea serpent. That was kind of interesting too. That was Spectral Associates, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's licensed to Tandy. They sold it as a cartridge to Tandy.
Yeah. I mean, the games I remember playing the most were the games that were also very popular in arcades. So Zaxxon and Donkey Kong, a couple of Pac-Man games. Yeah, there were so many good games for the CoCo. It's really hard to pick a favorite.
Yeah. The funny thing is with the CoCo 1 and 2, very few official licenses. We had basically 5, I think, the entire first 6 years of the CoCo 1 and 2. You had Zaxxon, Puyan, Moon Shuttle, Poltergeist, which wasn't really an arcade game. It was just officially licensed.
Mm-hmm.
And Cornsoft Group did Frogger, an official licensed Frogger.
Right.
Because they had exclusive on the TRS-80 versions. And that was it, really. Because nobody could afford to license it. We had a ton of really good clones. When the CoCo 3 came out, we started getting stuff like Rampage, and then we started getting more CoCo 1 and 2 titles backported, basically. So we got like Tetris all of a sudden showed up, and Arkanoid suddenly showed up.
Mm-hmm.
So we actually got a few, but the CoCo 3 is when we started doing the better cross-licensing. But we had a lot of really good original games, too. Tons of them.
Oh, yeah.
Double Back, Grabber, the list goes on.
Good times.
One side here from somebody else was, what was the best original CoCo game? Like, as far as gameplay.
If there's a Hall of Fame at all, Dungeons of Daggerth needs to be at the top of any list.
Double Back, as mentioned.
Double Back should be in there.
Yeah. I'd add Grabber and Photon. Those are two favorites.
Okay. Yeah, my memory and vocabulary is not as fluent on the CoCo 3 stuff because most of the stuff I have only played once or twice to do YouTubes on, so I don't have like a history of memories and nostalgia for a lot of CoCo 3 games from back in the day. So my gaming vocabulary is very much CoCo 1 and 2.
Did you say Cashman was actually an arcade clone?
No, it's kind of Jumpman, sort of.
Because I would put that up there as one.
Yeah, Cashman was great. Cashman was very good. Cashman.
Time Bandit's really good too because it actually, was one of the first Tutankhamun style games, but it actually came out. It was more like Gauntlet and Tutankhamun combined, I guess, and it came out several years before Gauntlet did in the arcade, so it's like a predecessor to Gauntlet.
Yeah, and it played very fast. It was very fast action.
Yeah. Scrolled
quickly, played quickly. Yeah, you guys got me wanting to do a CoCo gaming marathon tonight. So, because I don't even have a CoCo set up right now, but I think we need to fix that.
Yes, let's get it going.
Oh,
which is funny because a lot of us have access to MAME, and we can play arcade perfect versions of all these games. But yet, I'll still go back and play Buzzard Bait every time.
Yeah, it's your go-to.
Ben Drakes brings up Phantom Slayer, which is it was the first third-party non-Radio Shack game I ever bought, and it just amazed me when I saw it because I'd never seen a 3D real time.
Yeah. I gotta say though, just about anything Ken Kalish made was a hit. The production quality, the sound. To me, he was an artisan on every front. His graphics, his games, his game design, and then the sounds. His sounds were so signature. You could tell it was if you blindfolded me, I could tell you a Ken Kalish game because his sounds, it was like that was his signature. It was so distinct.
And the fact that most of his games worked in 16K too.
Yeah,
which was impressive.
We have a shout out for Outhouse.
Phantom Slayer.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Phantom Slayer had the biggest effect on me. That's certainly true.
Yeah.
As a young CoCoist.
Did it have as much effect on you as it did with me on my if you've read the story on my page about interviewing Ken?
We have a shout out for Outhouse.
Outhouse was interesting, yeah.
And also Mud Pies, but I think Mud Pies was a clone of
of Food Fight. Yeah, that was good.
but Mud Pie Outhouse was definitely an original.
I thought Xenix was awesome.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's kind of like Super Galaga.
Man.
Now, Jim Gary mentions Daggerath is an Ultima clone. I don't know if I'd quite agree with that. Ultima in '82 would have been about Ultima 3 or 4, and they didn't have like the heartbeat thing and the real time.
I mean, it wasn't the first 3D dungeon crawl style game, but it was the first one.
Actually, that we showed earlier is closer to being.
Yeah, it was the first one on the CoCo, and it was very unique in the real time aspect of it, though. The sound effects and the heartbeat and stuff like that. A lot of things like that made it very unique.
Yeah. And I mean, that's one of the few that is actually well recognized outside of the CoCo world. If you talk to anybody about RPGs, that's one that most of the people that are really into RPGs actually know.
Yeah, and it's you can get it on anything now. You can get it on Android. You know, you can get it on PC and Mac. I mean, you can get Daggerath on anything. It's almost become like Doom. You know, if it's got a screen.
I have to say,
Timberman, pretty good. We had some shout outs for Nightmare Highway. You know, a few other ones. So.
Popstar Pilot, I guess, for an original one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the hits go on and on and on. So yeah, no, it's a good topic. I mean, and this is why is anybody following that new podcast that's going to be talking about CoCo gaming? This would be kind of interesting to hear what's going on. Is there any updates?
Is it out yet?
They live recorded 3 shows in a row on Friday night. They did their general channel updates across every channel, what they were doing, a lot of Amiga stuff.
Okay.
They did the Sinclair Spectrum one. They released the edited video for that this morning. The CoCo one was recorded after the Spectrum one, so I'm assuming they're in the editing phase right now. It should be up soon. And it has Poltergeist and Sailor Man.
Okay, cool. Demon Seed, Terry says. Yeah, it's
Kona Phoenix.
Absolutely. Cool. Good discussion topic. Have we beat it to death?
I think so. I do have a reminder from Grant and Bruce here that we should remind people about the election at
the Glenside election, right? In which you
and Eric, you probably have all the details like deadlines and how to vote and all that kind of stuff. So maybe we'll get you.
Yeah, we got the election coming up on the 10th. You can vote now until the 10th at tandylist.com. I think the only position open is for president, which is between John Linville and myself. Yeah, and I think the deadline is going to be a little bit before 7:30, so like maybe 6:30, 7, somewhere around there, because then they're going to shut down that system, tabulate the results, and start the meeting.
Yeah, okay.
And you will be able to vote at the meeting if you'd rather do that.
Now, since you're here, and I know you did this, you did it on the mailing list and on Facebook and stuff, you kind of gave everybody a little bit of the backstory on yourself, but we've got you on the show and we've got you live. So for those who are maybe not familiar with you, Eric Canales, you want to tell us a little bit about your involvement with, at least with, you know, I don't know where you want to begin, if you want to begin in the beginning or if you want to fast forward to how long you've been in Glenside, but, you know, just let everybody know a little bit about Eric Canales.
Well, yeah, I moved to the area about 2.5, 3 years ago. Been keeping an eye on the CoCo, you know, ever since I was a kid. But I really joined the community about 2 years ago when I went to the first CoCo Fest that I attended. And then I've been active in the at the meetings and the planning for CoCo Fest over the last year and a half. Just trying to get to know everybody. And
you are local to the Chicago area, correct?
Local to Chicago,
yeah. So you are actually physically attending the meetings whenever possible because you're there. Very cool. And I know you mentioned, I don't remember everything you said, but do you want to just share like maybe some of your plans? If I'm elected, I will try to do the following or...
Sure. I guess, well, I don't really have any plans outside of what I'm, going to do anyway, which is just kind of listen to what everybody's feedback is and try and push the show, I think, in a positive direction. Just continue to plan the show like we always do at the meetings.
Is it true that you're going to make the CoCo great again?
Well, the CoCo's been great. It's still great. So, last year's CoCo Fest was a lot of fun. I just want another fun year going forward, especially for the 40th.
Yeah.
Coming up here, which is the 39th. Is it the 39th
It's the
29.
It's the 29th annual Last Chicago CoCo Fest. So
Yeah, 40th anniversary of the CoCo
Mhm.
itself. It's a pretty big deal.
And Glenside is the club that's been bringing us CoCo Fest for 29 years. So it's a Chicago-based CoCo club, probably the longest one in recorded history, right? As far as a color computer specific club that's been going on for 29 years. I can't think of any other one in the world that's got that claim to fame, right?
Actually, it's been around longer than that because it was around when Rainbow Fest was still going. So,
Eric, we have a question from our viewers on YouTube. What is your position on the MC10? Doorstop or not?
Well, I have one, and I've never powered it on other than to try and get it to work.
There it is, right back there.
Yep, and I'm pretty sure it works, but I don't know if I was just doing something wrong. So eventually, I hope to get it to work. Right now, it's a doorstop.
That's one of your constituents. You're speaking to one of your constituents here, so make sure
Well, I've seen the MC10 run, and it's kind of cool. Mine doesn't run.
Okay.
I think that
Jim
probably got
Gary's
you
doing
about
awesome
Jim
stuff
Gary.
on it.
Yeah.
I've got the 16K upgrade, so.
Yeah.
I have one suggestion, regardless of who wins the presidency of Glenside. But for CoCo Fest, I mean, one thing we have to do if you guys are going to be president, say VCF, Midwest, etc., is you have to promote the fest at these other shows to get some of the other people that are vaguely interested or get interested in the CoCo coming by the Glenside booth or the other CoCo booths. And
Yeah, well, president or not, that's kind of what I want to do. I didn't think about it this last year. It was just like, oh, there's a table. I'm sure Glenside will do something with it. And then I think Brian Schubring set up there, and he had his display, but it wasn't really Glenside related, and people brought it up. So, yeah, I plan on trying to.
Yeah, I know. When it was mentioned at the meeting, because I was at the meeting before VCF, they're like, yes, we're going to have a table. I assumed, hey, if Glenside's going to be here, Glenside's having a table, they should be promoting the Glenside Club. They should be promoting CoCo Fest. There should be a flyer or something, or a business card, or anything, because there was 800 people there in Chicago who are fans of retro computing. Any one of them, if they were local, would say, hey, maybe let me check out this CoCo Club. It's another, and let me check out this CoCo Fest, So
yeah, if I had known that we weren't going to do anything with that table, I would have done that.
Yeah. So
now going forward.
So never assume, all right? So
I think what should be done is you guys should come up with a standard flyer to promote the next year's fest, whatever year coming up is. And then for the other people in our community that attend the other VCFs and other shows, like say Mark and them when they go to the West one or the Midwest or whatever, that we should send those up so they can actually print them out and have them handy to promote CoCo Fest every year.
Well, the club has nice banners. We have nice equipment we can show off. We have a lot of historical type of equipment we can display for people to look at. So there's no reason why we couldn't have had a really nice.
Yeah, but I'm not talking just the one that's nearby Chicago. I'm talking like the ones on the West Coast and the East Coast. You guys should at least have flyers or something you can send to the people in the CoCo community that live in those areas and attend those shows to help promote the club and say, if you come to the one that Mark and Rob Inman were on the West Coast here by Silicon Valley, you can have a flyer saying CoCo Fest is in April of 2020 or whatever. It's whatever promotional tag you got for it.
Can you have that available before March? Because I'll be going to the Pacific Northwest one in March.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. So my suggestion to Glenside, since I have the ear of one member of Glenside, is better forward thinking on ways to expand promoting the club and, more importantly, promoting CoCo Fest. That's always seemed to be something that's been a little frustrating, because a lot of us who have embraced the 21st century, we know there are effective ways to communicate and market, and it seems like the Glenside Club has not really embraced a lot of these modern thinking ways of promoting itself. They're still used to, well, let's send out a newsletter to the people who already know about us. Let's talk to the mailing list, where people, if they're going to come, they're going to come. If they're not, they're going to not. But I haven't seen too many sparks of forward thinking on how can we promote ourselves in other ways and let other people know that we exist. Because if it was me, if I had this legacy of this 29 plus years of this club and this event that had been going on so long. I would be so proud about it. I'd want to be up on a mountaintop just singing about it, saying, come to CoCo Fest, come to our meetings, come to our club. I would be so, wanting to have the biggest megaphone possible to let the world know. And it just seems like and this is not a bad thing. It's just different points of view. But everybody in the Glenside, they just seem to be real laid back. And that's not a terrible thing to be laid back there. It's great to hang out and love everybody there, but they don't seem to be motivated when it comes to,
cross promotion.
Cross promotions. They're,
Yeah. Well, and that's one thing I'm worried about too, is I'd like to see more people at the meetings, more people in the club. So, because we can't plan anything if there's only a handful of people.
Right, and
if
to the
we do plan things, it'll be what those 6 people want, and
that's another thing too. Is that if anybody wants to have a say in the club and in CoCo Fest, your best thing is to come to the meetings. And as we're talking about voting, in order to vote, you must be a member of the Glenside Club, and you can do that by going to the website, right? GlensideCCC.com. I think it's $15 a year to be a member. Includes the newsletter, and then you can also attend all of the meetings virtually, because it's basically an audio, video, monthly virtual meeting, and that gives you a voice in shaping the future of the club. You don't have to be the president of Glenside to be able to improve the club and improve CoCo Fest. If you just come to these meetings once a month, submit your suggestions, let everybody hear these suggestions, and then vote on them, we can make a change, and we can get people to listen, and we can affect positive things if people show up and if people vote. All right.
Also, Stevie,
Yeah.
If you attended CoCo Fest as a attendee or
Yes, right.
exhibitor, you've already paid your club fees and you're in, so you have a chance.
Right. So if you're at CoCo Fest this past year, you are already a member of Glenside, and you can vote as well.
that's right. And the president, the president doesn't really control much. He doesn't really vote generally unless there's a tie. The president keeps the peace and moderates the meetings. And I'm sure there's a lot of behind the scenes work too, keeping in communication with everybody, making sure everything's getting done. So if you really want to make changes and help, your best bet is to just come to the meetings.
Hey, Art,
are the meetings like CoCoTALK on video?
Yeah. They use Blue Jeans, which is basically like Zoom, right? So you can be audio or video. And so it's GlensideCCC.com. Check out the website. That's the club that for over 29 years. We keep getting these Chicago references here when it comes to voting in Chicago. Vote early, vote often, right? So from
if you
Tim
want to
Pring.
vote, you go to attendylist.com.
Yep.
And you either log in or you register, and you can vote immediately as long as you're a member.
Yeah, as long as you remember.
Hey, Eric, D. Bruce Moore asked about the point of Glenside and the history. I think you covered part of that, but
Yeah, they just talked.
Oh, well, the point of Glenside, at least now, is to run the CoCo Fest. It is a computer club. You're welcome to come and do demos and talk about the CoCo or whatever computer. But in general, our main priority is to focus on the CoCo Fest and make sure, that everything's moving smoothly. The history of Glenside, I think we started doing CoCo Fests around 92.
And you guys were also the headline sponsor club with Rainbow when the Rainbow Fest was still going on. So you guys have been involved with it for years before that.
Right. So, I guess we're a fixture in the CoCo world.
Where's the word Glenside come from?
I believe it's just the area that we're in. So Glenside is the town where we're located.
Oh.
And it was a joke about voting often, but you can actually go back, and if you change your mind, you can go back.
You can vote and re-vote. You can't vote more than once, but if you change your mind. Right. And this is another thing, too. Again, if I wanted to sit here, there was a nomination, all right? And again, this is just speaking to how much forward thinking has been going into a lot of things. But the nomination took place on the virtual meeting. So if you didn't attend the meeting, you couldn't nominate. Now, who were we supposed to nominate? Who are our list of people who to possibly nominate? Well, there was no list. So how are we supposed to know who we can even nominate? How are we supposed to know who's even interested in running for any given position? So it really boiled down to whoever was at that meeting. Hey, do you want to run for this position? Do you want to keep doing the same position? It was really like sometimes there are things that I hear and see that just kind of frustrate me. I'm like, man, is nobody thinking? Does anybody think about anything?
In the previous meeting, we did bring up that nominations were going to be held at the next meeting.
Okay.
And meeting minutes were sent out to all the members that said, hey, you need to nominate at the next meeting. So I guess
a communication did take place, but was it listened to? Did anybody heed the advice? I guess, right? So
right. Were they ready? I don't know. But if you were at that meeting, you were probably ready to nominate somebody or be nominated.
What I thought would have been nice is maybe a month or two or even 3 months in advance would send out a message to the general public saying, hey, listen, we're going to have these nominations. Who would like to run? Who is interested in running for a particular position? Here are the positions available. Here are the responsibilities of these. Who would like to fill these roles? I don't know that was done. Again, I don't go to every meeting. So if I'm making statements based on misinformation, I do apologize for that.
Yeah,
but
we could utilize the Facebook Glenside page better and have better communication with everybody.
Yeah,
because you can use the elections as a promotional tool too, because you can mention, in 3 months we're going to be having the voting for the various places in Glenside, but you can promote and say you have to be a member to vote. So if you want to vote, send us $15 to join, or if you've been to a CoCo Fest, you're automatically in for a year. And then actually promote people joining the club in order to vote or in order to volunteer for one of the positions too, if they want to help out.
Yeah,
right.
Not just limited to everybody that's just presently in the club and makes it onto a call.
Is there a director of communications? By any chance?
Yeah, Mark Mobley is currently that person, the newsletter editor.
Okay, is that communications or just the newsletter?
Well, he does the newsletter, and
the newsletter is pretty much the communications.
And that is our communication. He also runs a mailing list with a few people on it, and I believe he has access to the full mailing list with all of our members on it. So if he wants to send a communication, he's the person.
He does meeting minutes and stuff too, doesn't he? That mails out everything.
That's Richard Blair. I forgot. There's a secretary.
Yeah, I don't know if Richard Blair sends them out directly, but. Yeah, I mean, Mobley would be able to. If you wanted to send out a communication, Mobley's the guy to talk to.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, we love the Glenside folks, and we love the Glenside Club, and we love CoCo Fest, but I think there are some of us who just love it so much, we get really overzealous sometimes, where we would love to see people a little bit more excited and a little bit more motivated and putting a little bit more energy into thinking of newer things to make it, bigger, better, faster, stronger. It's not the worst thing in the world. If only 40 people showed up and you still came and you had a good time, it wouldn't be terrible. But I think some of us are just so excited. We want the world to come to CoCo Fest. We want CoCo Fest to be a VCF. We want it to be huge. We want it to be awesome. We want it to be big. We want fireworks and explosions. We want Waylon Jennings playing live. We want this to be like a state fair. So we got to balance this, right? Well, the overexcited, overzealous ones, and the ones that are just like, hey man, we're gonna do it, and people are gonna show up, and it's gonna be fine. So.
And that's right. In the last 2 years, the CoCo Fest was about the same size. About 120 people showed up. So this year, I'd like to see it bigger. So that means better speakers, better events, better planning, and more promotion.
Yeah, promotion is a big thing. Honestly, even if you didn't have any speakers, if you just had CoCo Fest and just had the exhibits and everything else, it would still be a good thing to come to. I really think promotion is the big part.
Yeah. And any of the VCFs that are happening between now and CoCo Fest, you guys should organize with whoever CoCo people are nearby that are going to it. Send them some official, PDFs or something that they can print out and make copies of, and links to the Glenside webpage and the Facebook page and everything else on there too, to get people to know when they come by the booth. I don't know what a CoCo is. Oh, it looks interesting. Hey, I'm not too far from Chicago. I might attend this type thing.
Yeah, it's another vintage thing. Even if somebody's just casually interested in retro systems, they might want to just pop in to see, well, here's another event. Let me check it out, you know?
Is there a VCF Chicago, the VCF like webpage or something, or Facebook group that
Yes.
you know, with their permission, we could say, hey guys, you know, you're in the area if you got CoCo Fest going on or something.
Well, they're actually a sponsor too, because I just checked in the VCF Midwest website, and Glenside Color Computer Club is a sponsor of that. Their name is mentioned on the VCF Midwest website, but I don't know that automatically translates to generating interest to attend a meeting or come to CoCo Fest. It's just a name on a page. You know, I think
in the hall, like at the booth itself, like when you walk by, hey, CoCo, what is that? And then you see a promotion. Like when Mark and Rob and all them did that at the West show, they had flyers and scannable, you know, QR codes and stuff and everything else, and that worked really well. We actually had some people joining Discord and joining the Facebook group just from seeing the CoCo that show. Had never seen one before.
Yeah,
that's what we need to get new blood.
All Rob Inman's work.
Yeah, so that's the thing. So when it comes to nominating, what if I wanted to nominate Rob Inman? Man, Rob Inman's great. You know, I want Rob to be the Chancellor of Public Relations, whatever the hell it is. But what if Rob doesn't want to do the job? You know, that's the whole thing. It would have been nice to have a communication saying, here's the positions, who wants to run, and then we had a list of people interested for these positions to vote from. That's something I'd like to see in a future election too, is a little bit more, who are the running mates, who are the candidates, what is their, you know.
I think there are officers, and then there are directors.
Yeah, well, there's only 4 positions. There's president, there's vice president, there's secretary, there's treasurer. That's it.
But I was looking at the Constitution the other day, and I believe the officers appoint directors to do certain things. Like,
okay.
You know, so Rob Inman doesn't have to be elected for them to make a director of VCF Communications or whatever. He does just say, yeah, I want to do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think. Is that right, Eric? Am I hearing?
Yeah, the president is able
Yes.
to make any directorial.
Right. So if there's a takeaway from this long-winded discussion here, we want to get more people involved in Glenside. So come to the meetings, be vocal. If you have suggestions, the only way these suggestions are going to be heard by the folks at Glenside is if you come to their meetings. I mean, the fact that we're talking about it here on the air, the fact that we put a comment in Facebook, or all these things, that's not going to be heard by the people in the Glenside meeting. So you guys got to show up. If you show up to the meetings, you make your suggestions, and they get voted on, that's how we can influence this positive growth, or try to at least influence that, you know. So.
Yeah. And we have to get people like suggesting Rob Inman's a good example of this, of getting people that are in the areas where some of these other retro shows are, even if they're not officially elected to anything in Glenside, is to get them working with Glenside to promote the club and
This ambassadors, you know. Yeah.
Hey, Eric.
Liaison, or whatever you want to call it.
Review your Robert's Rules of Orders also.
Yeah.
Hey, Eric, maybe you need to have a little corner in the CoCoTALK to update people on what's happening at Glenside every week.
Yeah, actually, a Glenside
That would be
update
cool.
would be. I mean, I don't know if we have to do it weekly because you guys only meet monthly unless something's happened between. But a monthly little kind of summary of what happened would be nice.
Yeah, that would have been good. It probably would have solved that problem where nobody knew that we were ready for nominating.
Yeah, well, it sounds like you're open to. It sounds like you're open to these suggestions. And again, when I say these things, I always want to preface this, that I know it sounds like we're complaining, but what I want to make sure I never come across as is disparaging towards this group of people, because the fact that this club has been around for 29 years, and that CoCo Fest has been around for 29 years, and these people get together, these people love the machine. I can't say enough good things about that. So I'm not trying to paint these people as people that I'm trying to badmouth. Again, I'm just kind of expressing, for me, I get overzealous and I get really excited, and I just want more for everything, you know, growth and success and all that kind of stuff. So I don't want to undermine or you know, belittle all of the things that have happened. It's been amazing, everything that's happened. And I've met a lot of these people. I love all you guys, right? So you guys in Chicago, you're good people, love hanging out with you, got nothing bad to say about you. But I do think as an organization, there are lots of opportunities for improvement when it comes to public relations and marketing. And but again, I'm guilty.
A lot of us can help.
Yeah, so I'm just as guilty as not making the meetings. And I guess, if anything, what I want to stress again is that for those of you who are listening, if you are interested in helping shape the future, please make sure you join the club if you're not a member, and attend the meetings and bring your suggestions to Glenside. Let the folks hear it. Let these things be known. Let these things get voted on, and we can hopefully have some positive influence on bigger, better events and a bigger, better club. We need more members in the club too, especially if you're local. You know, we got people leaving the state. We want to make sure this doesn't die off. We don't want the Glenside Club to fade away. We don't want CoCo Fest to fade away. We want to keep the flame alive. So that's really the message here. And I know it sounds like I'm complaining, and I do apologize for that, but it's really what sounds like a complaint is a genuine desire for wanting to express our appreciation for this, and we just want it to succeed and continue, and we hopefully, we want it to grow.
Yeah, we want Glenside and the CoCo Fest to be the best they can be.
Absolutely. So,
so how do we join the meeting? I mean, maybe we just.
Well, do you see the emails
right now?
There's a link that's again.
For the casual viewer.
Right
now wondering, well, how do I join the meeting?
Well,
the thing is, you have to be a member.
You have to be a member, so go to glensideccc.com and join the club. Once you're a member, they do send out an email to, when the meetings are going to take place. They are communicated electronically. This month's meeting takes place at this time at, Brian Schubring's house. Here's the address. If you're going to drive up, here's the link to join via Blue Jeans. So the simple answer is if you're not a member, go to Glenside's website and become a member.
That's right, and you don't have to be a paying member. You can just, get added to the mailing list and see what it's like before you
committing that whopping $15.
Yeah, $15, a lot of money.
Yeah, commit $15 to vote, or wait until CoCo Fest and you'll become a member for the year, or put your $15 check in and you have a say immediately at all the meetings.
I'm sorry, Bruce.
When I first came to CoCo Fest, I don't think I automatically got on any sort of mailing list or got anything. It wasn't until I found some. I don't even know how I found the link to a meeting. I found it somewhere and showed up, and then I started getting meeting minutes and such.
That's right.
So,
if you're a member and you don't know how to connect, I guess get a hold of John Mark, and he'll add you to the mailing list.
Yeah, all of the members, their contact information is also on the website, Glenside CCC. Yeah. So
the tandylist.com too. You can sign up there and add your information, and I believe you'll be enrolled in our mailing list as well, if you wanted.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, well, we want this year to be the biggest, best CoCo Fest, and we hope every year after that is equally as good, and if not even gooder, or even more gooderer, if possible, right? So, the
CoCo
goodest.
Fest 2020.
2020, that's it. All right, so we beat that topic to death? Mm-hmm. All right, well, I'm glad we had Eric here for that. And what else? Are we ready to wrap up this show now as we're coming up on 3 hours? 4 hours?
Yeah, the only thing I might add is maybe we could promote our own show a day before we go on instead of an hour before or less.
Yeah. Well, how about I would like to nominate Ron Delvaux as the Minister of Promotions.
I've done it before. I have.
Yeah.
But I'd have to be in contact with you on Thursday night.
Well, how promote it in which? Okay, well
what's the show going to be about?
Oh, you mean like what's the topic?
Yeah, because the advertisers usually say,
I think the problem is that sometimes if we're all too busy with real life, sometimes we don't know until the morning of.
Right. So the best channel. That's the other thing too is that, again, it's a lot of us are verbally chatting 3 or 4 nights during the week, so we kind of already have an idea, and we assume everybody knows what we talked about, but not everybody was on that conversation. So
on Discord,
every now and then we should post little updates in the CoCoTALK lobby
group,
honestly, for me, I don't want to have these kind of internal discussions everywhere. It's too fragmented. For me, the best way to reach me and the best way to post things is in Discord. Because I've got it on my phone, I can check it, and I look at it on my computer. So we've the CoCoTALK lobby, and we've got some internal private planning channels where we're talking about plans that are not public yet. So we have that channel for planning, and then we have the CoCoTALK lobby, which is a general channel that anybody can see and post in. That's kind of where we are doing our discussions this week. there wasn't a topic and nobody posted a topic, and so we didn't necessarily put out a message saying, "Hey, there's no topic," but it just this week kind of came and went. So
yeah, that's for planning the show. I think what Ron was more referring
for
to
promoting,
is advertising that the show is actually going to be happening.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
It should be done at least a day ahead. I agree.
Yeah, maybe we don't even have to say.
Who's on it? Who's on it? But just say, don't forget CoCoTALK. So
yeah, exactly.
You're talking about like maybe a Friday afternoon. We promote Saturday show in advance.
Yeah, even if it's just for Samuel Gimes. I mean, he's always on, right?
Yeah, that's true. This special week we'll have Samuel Gimes on. Yeah, now that's a good idea. I'd just be curious, anybody who's watching right now, if we haven't put you to sleep already, because we're sitting here talking about marketing, and we're sitting here saying we'd like to see Glenside do a better job of marketing, and Ron has just brought up CoCoTALK doing its own marketing. What do you guys think, for those who are watching the show, what do you guys think of what's doing right now? I mean, the only thing that I typically do, my go-to thing would be like Saturday morning, usually if I have time, I'll create an event in Facebook saying today we're going to be live at 2:00, and if we know who's going to be on, we'll post the topic or the theme, and then I share out that event in a couple of groups. I share it out in the CoCo group, the MC10 group, the Glenside group, and sometimes the Dragon group, and I'll try to do that early in the morning and give everybody 2 to 4 hours notice. I don't know how effective that is. Today I didn't have time to do it at all, and we still had 32 people watching us at one point in time. So I think there are those who know that we're those who know
the regulars.
The regulars are going to be here.
We're on. It's every Saturday too.
Is there a CoCoTALK Twitter account? There is. Ben Drake's. It's CoCoTALK Live. Although I don't really tweet that much, other than like when we're live, we're on the Twitter live streaming there too. And I think when podcasts get posted, a link to the podcast replay is on Twitter. I'm not actively twitting on there, if that's your question. But that is a tool that's not utilized right now.
I think we should be doing the same thing we've been suggesting with Eric, though. I think, well, one, Ron has a good suggestion. You'll post a day ahead.
A day ahead, okay, yeah.
And two, we have to start posting to some of the generalized retro groups too, because otherwise we're just talking to the flock already.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that, but I also have mixed feelings with crossing the spam line, where so I don't know that I'd want to do that every single week. I don't like, and I know for a fact I would not be posting this and one of the things I try not to do is other people who have podcasts. Like there's a podcast called Retro Computing Roundtable, and I know a lot of people who do podcasts. They share a link to their podcast there every single month. Latest episodes here. I feel like for me that's just something I don't want to do. I'm trying to me, I look at that as I'm taking advantage of somebody else's fan base, right? I think the one time I did it was because it was timely. We had Thomas Cherryholmes on that time talking about errata online, and that same week they had talked about it too. So I felt that was a good universal planetary alignment, and I posted the link there saying, hey, you guys talked about it this week, we had the guy on this week, this may be of interest. So and this is my own personal code, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, I try not to spam groups I feel like would be too spammy. I've asked Randy Kindig about this, of the Floppy Days, because he talks about all kinds of retro systems. He's kind of given me permission to post in there, and from time to time I do. But I try to balance external marketing, with just respecting other groups. So I'd be curious on people's feedback on that. What do you guys think?
My feedback is we don't cross-promote in other ones enough, honestly, because otherwise we're doing the exact same thing that we've just accused Glenside of doing. You're not promoting it at other shows, getting new people. You're just we're selling the CoCo product to CoCo people already.
Yeah.
You're going to expand the base doing that. Now, you're right. You should get permission from the people. Like, just don't blindly post in like 15
okay.
So if Randall says it's okay, then I would just do one post a week and just say, reminder Friday, the show's on Saturday. Feel free to come join in live.
Okay.
That's not spam to me, doing it once a week.
Okay. What other groups, though, do you suggest? And again, even like the Dragon group, because I respect those guys. I figured they know we're out here. I do post there periodically, but I don't post every week, hey, we're live every week. I try to balance that, and I try to sometimes just do it.
The problem with that thinking is you don't know when somebody new has joined the group. So if the guy misses that week, he just joined on Tuesday, last time we posted was the previous Saturday, we don't post this Saturday, they have no idea the show exists. You got to treat it as if there's going to be new users added to the group every week, which, I mean, in the CoCo group, since we've got 2,000 plus that's pretty accurate. We do get new people
Yeah.
fairly often, and if you don't promote it every week, I mean, yeah, the people that already know about it, they won't get that tick. They'll just skip over it. Okay, I already know it's on Saturday, whatever. But the new people will go, oh, there's a CoCoTALK show. What is that? And if you do it once a month, then that means they've lost 3 of the shows already. So that's not really promoting, I don't think.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm super modest when it comes to that, and maybe I need to. And another thing, I'm glad we brought this up, and thanks for mentioning that, Ron. Maybe I also feel if it's all coming from me, I feel like that's very narcissistic, self, whatever, where I don't want to be, hey, watch my show, blah, blah, blah. So maybe if some other people just shared things out too. Maybe what I'll do, like where I don't mind doing
rotating.
Well, how about I do this? Like once a week, I will post something like I'll post it to the CoCoTALK page directly, and then different ones of us can selectively share it out in other groups that we feel are appropriate. That way it's coming from other members of the group, and it's not, especially if I'm in a group and I'm not really active in that group, and I'm just a lurker in that group, and then once a week I just conveniently drop a promotion for the show I happen to host. That to me, it comes across that screams douchebag to me. So I look at that as a douche move. If I saw somebody in one of our groups that all they did was post a link to their podcast, but they've never posted any message as being part of the group and interacting with the group, I'd say this guy's just spamming. So that's kind of how I feel about it. So I would not want to be posting in groups that I'm not active in. I don't mind posting in the TRS-80 group because I do engage in that group, but I wouldn't feel comfortable promoting my show in a group our show, promoting our show in this group if I'm not an active member of that group, because to me, I just feel like I'm just shamefully promoting my product,
So Ron and I can post in the MC10 group.
Yeah, and I do. I share it in the MC10 group, yeah.
Well, there's a Vectrix group.
Yep.
What about the VCF groups?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, okay. Well, let's.
What we should do is we should assign people that are in those groups so that nobody misses it. Just assumes Ron's going to put in the MC.
Yeah. All right. So
we just assign people, maybe a couple in each type thing.
All right. So let's table this discussion now. We don't need to keep beating it to death. I think it's good that you brought it up. I agree. I've always, and I think part of it too is I've kind of got some of my own scars from this. I have tried getting really zealous with promoting before, and it kind of bit me. And so I have some.
How did it bite you?
I just got really excited. I made some videos. I posted in a bunch of places, and I got a lot of negative backlash from it. And it kind of turned me off to promoting, to be honest with you.
Just realize the people that really like it or think it's cool probably don't even get back to you. You're just going to hear the bad stuff.
Yeah. But I think the one or two times that I did, especially when the whole idea of retro talk and geek talk and all these ideas were new and exciting ideas, I really tried to promote that to a lot of different places. And, to me, it was a negative experience trying to do that. I realized I probably could have found a better way to, I have to assume some of the guilt for maybe not having the best message. My video was kind of douchey, but at the same time, I got some real douche responses too. And it just kind of turned me off to the whole thing.
Well, it's the internet, so I mean, that's going to happen.
So.
Don't we have talent that can come up with something?
Yeah, apparently not me. But yeah, so we have like DeBruce is talented. We got some other talented people. Samuel Gimes is pretty talented.
Yeah.
What I'd like to see that might actually help this particular situation that you're talking about, Stevie, is to have cross promotion. So if we're doing Randall Kindig, if we're putting a promo ad for CoCoTALK on his stuff, then we should return the favor and let him do a post in our groups as well. And then we can do that with the VCF groups as well, so we can cross-promote between the MC10 group, et cetera, so that we're not being so self-centered on just us. We're going to advertise everywhere, but allow them to advertise with us too.
Yeah, develop some synergies.
Yeah, and maybe even have guests where we have both people on at the same time on the show, their show or our show, promoting both of them. Like here's CoCo Fest, and we got VCF a few 6 months before that or whatever it is.
Yeah,
same area. And you guys should come to both. Type
yeah. All right. Well, I don't want to beat this to death on the air, but unless there were some other people watching who wanted to chime in, I think we ourselves can continue this conversation offline, and it's probably worth continuing this tonight in Discord or some other place. Okay. Here we have a response from Ben Drakes from the Dragon Group. I don't speak for the Dragon Group, but I can't see any problem linking to the show there every week. You routinely feature Dragon content anyways. Okay. So we got one endorsement for being a little bit more vocal in the Dragon Group, and I will certainly try to do that. There's Ron holding up his dragon. Okay.
Yeah, we have
Is that
dragon owners.
gratuitous?
That's gratuitous. No. So it's like I in the past I have tried very aggressively to market, and I realized that there were times I made mistakes because I tried too hard and I literally was spamming. And so I've learned from some of my mistakes, and I have tried to, take that throttle back a little bit, but maybe I've gotten too complacent and not really being zealous at all myself. So I appreciate the input. And because I've learned from my past mistakes where I know I definitely crossed some lines and being overzealous and over flashy, I've also had times where I've kind of gotten some feedback that I did not appreciate. And so everything's balanced, right? Now, James Jones is asking, can't Facebook groups pin messages at the top? One of those should be do the trick without raising complaints of spam. Yeah, I don't want to do it to the main CoCo Facebook group. I mean, I am an admin, but I feel like if I just pinned a promotion for this show, that would be kind of douchey too.
We're a dragon group.
Yeah, so no, it's a good conversation, but let's not beat it to death here. Let's plan on wrapping up now.
I got one thing I need to mention real quick.
Okay.
Or just to mention to the group. Just be aware that I have received multiple emails now that it looks like eBay is now charging sales tax on all new and used items that are purchased.
Interesting.
So FYI, that's it.
FYI. All right, I'm gonna.
People should realize that we're not going to do sales tax here on this show.
No, not at all.
No.
All right, I'm gonna play the outro and then we'll come back for some parting thoughts. So hold the line. This concludes another episode of CoCo Talk, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things CoCo Talk, visit us on the web at CoCoTALK.live. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to CoCoTALK at CoCoTALK.live.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Consider supporting the show with a purchase of merchandise from our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. If you'd like to become a patron of the show, click the Patreon link at our website at CoCoTALK.live.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
CoCo Talk would not exist without the community, its cast, crew, and contributors. Thanks go to Curtis Boyle, David Ladd, Mark Overholzer, Grant Leedy, Bruce Moore, Nick Marentes, Ron Delvaux, Rick Adams, Jason Reichert, Richard Lorbieski, Jim Brain, Tom C., Rob Inman, Mark Bosley, Brian Joyce, Ken Reichert, David O'Connor, Brian Weasler, Terry Steggy, Nick Marotta, John Strong, and many more, especially to Steve Bjork for production suggestions and James Differendaffer for making my head explode. Please help support the CoCo community by visiting some of its various contributors. A list of resources is available at imacoconut.com. That's IMACOCONUT.com. The CoCo Talk theme song is copyright 2008 by D. Bruce Moore and Greg Sheeler. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. Name so nice, we must print it thrice. That was Nick Marotta.
I just noticed Grant's handle. What exactly are you president of, Grant?
It took the whole time for you guys to figure that out.
Yeah.
President Grant Leedy, huh? Parting thoughts. All right. Well, it's been a great show. I want to thank everybody. I forgot to mention Bill Pierce was out there in the live chat earlier, too. Hey, Bill. He's
the guy who took over Ultimuse 3 and also created M-Shell.
Yeah. Hey, Bill, if you're still there.
I miss David O'Connor. He isn't here today.
Yes, David wasn't here today.
Yeah, he mentioned he wouldn't be able to make it earlier today. So.
And I need to
was in chat, but he wasn't on the show.
Ed Snyder, because Ed Snyder's so wonderful.
Ed Snyder is.
He's busy
yes.
designing the CoCo 5 now because the CoCo 4
Yeah.
project's pretty well done, right?
Yeah, he's already completed all his pre-orders on that one, right?
That guy is awesome. I wish he would come on here.
Yeah, if anybody should be president of Glenside, it should be freaking Ed Snyder, man.
No,
This guy-
don't take any time away from old
Yeah,
Harvard
right. That's right. He needs it. If anybody's done something for the CoCo community, that guy is definitely up there.
Man of the year.
Man of the year. Man of the universe.
Yeah.
Man of the century. right?
Cylon of the year.
Cylon of the year.
Something tells me he'd be uncomfortable with this talk. Though. He
Yeah.
seems very modest.
He has more friends than he thinks.
Yeah. The great thing about Ed is he's kind of like Apple. All he's got to do is release a product, and all of us sheep will just buy it, right? So, he doesn't have to promote it. So here's the latest Cylon product, and yes, we will buy. Right. So, parting thoughts, Mark D. Overholzer. Anything, words of wisdom to leave us with?
Vote early, vote often. Oh, sorry, that's Chicago.
Vote early, vote often. Right.
Don't forget to vote.
L. Curtis Boyle. Any parting thoughts?
Same thing. Don't forget to vote, and let's get some cross promos going before the CoCo Fest actually is upon us.
Yes, and as much as we want people involved in Glenside and promoting CoCo Fest and helping us come up with ideas, that same needs to hold true to us here on the show. So if you guys have ideas for the show, which it was just in the outro, if you've got a suggestion, send us an email, right? CoCoTALK@CoCoTALK.live, or jump on Discord. We've got the CoCoTALK lobby where you can throw stuff out. We've got a little Discord channel called News Topics and Suggestions where you can throw in something for us to talk about on the show. So we try to keep ourselves open to input, but we would love more input. And if you want to share the show, if you are a member of another retro community that you think might enjoy this program, then maybe share a replay in that group and say, hey, here's a show. It's on every week. You might want to check them out. I think it's best when it's shared out when it happens more organically than when it's kind of contrived, So, yeah, the street team, please go out there and spread the word. We'd certainly love that.
And also just a plug for Ron Inman, who did all the work for the VCF West one, which actually worked out really well. And I think we should definitely get him involved on promoting Glenside and CoCo Fest.
Yeah.
I would agree.
A lot of that got brought over to VCF Midwest, and I think some of it got brought over to Tandy Assembly too. So the whole idea of the little one sheets and the little plastic holder with the QR code and stuff, that was
People
brilliant.
were scanning, yeah. It worked out really well.
Stroke of brilliance there, Rob Inman.
We got lots of response. I saw at least a dozen people scanning those QR codes at VCF West.
Yes.
Like, oh, yeah.
Ron Delvaux, parting thoughts.
Yeah, Steve, you are awesome. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have this show. And it doesn't matter if you fry out or if you're you have all these little things that you say that you have that are nasty or that you can't do. You do a lot, and you do it good. And thank you for everything you do. You're right up there with Ed Snyder.
Well, that is high praise, Ron. Let me put on my beard here real quick so I can respond to you appropriately.
It's true, though.
Now we've got Timber Steve on.
Well, listen, I appreciate hearing that. And coming from you, I know it's sincere and I know it's genuine. And I truly appreciate it. But what I would say to that, to echo that, is that this show is all of us, right? And so last week's show I had nothing to do with, and it was still an awesome show. So I think what we've done is we've created this sphere of awesomeness, and I'm just happy to be part of it. And I appreciate each and every one of you every week who are here for the show and who are watching the show, because it really is. It's a collective experience, and so thank you. Ron.
Explore VR says this is a B2B conversation.
Beard to beard conversation.
Hey, you need to catch up there, Mr. Maroda.
No, I shaved this morning.
Yeah, I shaved this morning too.
I can't grow a beard.
Yeah. Eric Canales.
Steve has.
Yes, it's a clip-on. It's like my
Do it the
tie.
easy
It just
way.
clips on. So
I'll go to Party Central later on and look for the Ron Delvaux costume.
yes. Eric Canales, any parting thoughts?
Get your hotel room reserved for CoCo Fest. I think it's going to be a big year this year.
Get your room reserved early. All right, vote early, vote often.
Is the special rate and stuff for CoCo Fest already reserved at the hotel, or?
Yes, $99.
There you go. That's the
I didn't
deal.
realize that.
Nick Maroda, any great topic today too on
thank you.
favorite CoCo arcade game. Any parting thoughts?
Just that this community is is really fun and really enhances the enjoyment of the CoCo. Like it'd be a lot different if we didn't have people like you guys to share it with. So thank you so much for this great environment.
Absolutely. What about DeBruce? Any parting thoughts, DeBruce?
Yeah, well, I'm thinking about poor little Joey. He doesn't even have a cassette recorder, and he's got Color Basic 1.0, and he's about to start programming. So,
Okay.
think of all the things that could go wrong.
He will have to leave his computer on all the time.
That's what I did.
Just write it down.
I'd write a game, and then I'd write it down in a notebook, and then I'd play it for 2 weeks straight before I shut the CoCo back off again because I didn't want to retype it in.
Write it down. And finally, the man of the hour himself, President Grant Leedy, master of the universe.
King of live streaming.
Yes. Any parting thoughts for you, Mr. Leedy?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about how much better this show is when you're not hosting like it was last week.
I don't know, Grant. It might be better now that he has a beard.
The ratings are going to go through the roof. The ladies.
So we don't all share the love towards Stevie.
Ladies love the whiskers.
We should all show up with beards next week.
I'm just waiting for next week when Stevie shows up with a man bun on top of it.
Yeah, available at the and Retro Innovation says, I agree with Grant. Available at the Retro Swag Shop. It's the Ron Delvaux do-it-yourself beard kit, right? So
it's a starter kit for your own garage.
We love you, Ron.
Oh,
yes. Yeah. And David Ladd, we love David Ladd even more. So David had to leave. All right.
Yes.
Yes, bless his heart. All right, I'm going to press the button. Thank you, everybody. Matchy says, beards, they grow on you.
Oh, nice.
I see what you did there, and I like it. All right, so this is the sound of me hanging up. Say goodbye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.